It's the Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes, being brought to you live by Berkeley.
Ready to go with Bassmaster Live right now. The first time Bassmaster Live has ever brought you a Bassmaster Elite Series tournament from the Santee Cooper Lakes. It's only the second time the Bassmaster Elites have been here, period. Having said that, this is one of the most awesome fisheries in the entire southeast part of the country. It's a different season of the year right now. Tommy Sanders with you and Mark Zona joining right now. And Z, you can shop around as you could last week for just about any kind of prediction about what's going to happen. But all the predictions are sort of tempered for this time of the year. It's be a different sort of challenge, and that's kind of the attraction of it.
No doubt about it, Tommy, and really one of the things that we're going to get to see that we got to see on Lake Guntersville last week, guys that understand fall grinder fishing. That is exactly what we saw a week ago, and we're going to see that again. And the main thing about Santee Cooper, try not to do too much. If you get caught behind that steering wheel right there throughout the day, you will fall down the standings. This one will be a very, very unique challenge. Take a look at our hummingbird lay of the lake right there. And the one thing you could say about Santee Cooper, Tommy Sanders, it is massive, and it is probably one of the most intimidating lakes you will see on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Take a look at Lake Marion up above, 110,000 acres, down below Lake Moultrie. And here is the best way to put it, my friend. Everything on the lake looks good, and that will be one of the biggest challenges to guys that have never been here before.
Oh, that's a proposition that usually means trouble for a big percentage of all the anglers. Yes, the vastness of this place and just getting around. Spending time behind that wheel, like you said, Z, is not a good plan because it's a grid of boat lanes. It takes forever. The connecting canal has low-speed areas, has idle areas, which does not make it a snap to get through. So it is a daunting place for sure. But the rewards are out there. The big ones live there. That's proven year in and year out. They're just a little bit tougher to get a hold of this time of year. Who's going to have the biggest success at it? That's the puzzle we are trying to put together today. Glad to have you with us. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, as well as what we call the studio you're in right now, Z?
Bassmaster Northern HQ, otherwise known as Jacob's bedroom.
Jacob's bedroom. It's good. It's going to work great. It's going to be a fantastic day. And these things where we get to put the puzzle together. We got to do it the first day at Guntersville. Guntersville turned out to be challenging yet rewarding for some. Not everybody's going to be rewarded with big fish here, but they are here, right, Z?
In all honesty, Tommy, I really think this is going to be one of those tournaments. I heard Davy, Ronnie Moore was talking about it a little bit before this tournament began. A lot like Guntersville, a case of the haves and the have-nots. But here's the one thing I will tell you. I think you're going to see bigger ones here for sure. And I think you're going to see a little bit more consistency at the top of the leaderboard in this. The other thing that really goes on this time of year on Santee Cooper, we got to talk to a lot of the guys that do fish Santee Cooper in the fall, is it's gonna, as vast as it is here, this tournament is gonna fish, I think, a lot smaller than it did on Guntersville a week ago.
All right, interesting proposition. Want to welcome in the rest of our team here, Ronnie and Such. Ronnie Moore, you've been doing a lot of homework on Santee Cooper. You never fished here before, and it's the first time you've ever covered a tournament here. What seems to be the most intriguing part of it to you?
Well, the navigation aspect of it. We think it's kind of like a Toledo Bend in some sorts, where there's so much timber, so many boat lanes. You can't get from point A to point B in a straight line sometimes, so the guys managing their time, not spreading themselves out too far from the west end all the way to I-95 on Santee or all the way down into Lake Moultrie. You kind of got to pick your place and stick with it, and we see that in the fall. Those guys who are patient in their areas but mix up their baits often do well. So we'll see that today. I'm also looking at the Angler of the Year. We finally have a big gap from first to second. We'll see if it tightens up or if Clark Wendtland's going to extend his lead even more.
Mike Sukun, what do you want us to know about this place?
Oh, the possibilities of big fish are there. I like South Carolina's motto. While I breathe, I hope. And there's going to be a lot of guys trying to follow that motto today. The best quote, we had Doc Talk, Hank Cherry said, the fish, they are everywhere and they are nowhere. I kind of says what's going to go on this week. There's going to be hit and miss.
Job one, breathe. Job two, hope. Okay, that's
deep. That's deep.
That's the lineup for today. It is deep. We're getting spiritual early on here. Let's get physical. Let's get out there to Lake Marion, the larger of the two lakes which make up the Santee Cooper Lakes. And boy, you got to say the hometown favorite, Patrick Walters.
And nobody was here, thank goodness. The only thing is we need a little more water to be pooled right now. They're not pulling much water first thing this morning, so we're gonna have to keep them honest and kind of wait for this water to start getting pulled a little bit, and then we'll be good to go. But we're just we're checking it, make sure we're trying to get a little early morning action first thing. Got to keep them honest. But got to the first spot, nobody was on it. We had a late boat number. We got a long day. We got time to catch them. We're just fishing a little break in the current is the main thing. It's just a little mouth, little ditch mouth.
When you were coming to work this morning, what was your game plan for the first day? A couple hours in a perfect world.
To really kind of dial them in, I hadn't even fished this area in practice. I made like probably 5 or 6 casts here and saw there were some fish here. You know, didn't really want to get seen too much in these areas, but it felt good. Sunrise was coming up. It was a good, calm ride. EK wasn't gripping onto the handles too bad. It was a good, easy ride. It felt good. Now we just have to let the fish do the talking.
Talk about that dynamic of being a local favorite, not wanting to be seen on certain spots in practice.
It definitely makes you where you don't dial them in as much. You know, you don't know truly what's there for time of year because, I mean, you fish it a bunch, but you don't want to be seen because, you know, if you're sitting on a spot trying to figure out what the fish are going to buy and what they want, that if other people see you there, more than likely or not, you know, they're going to fish something very similar or fish certain spots like that. So it's best to lean off of them as much as you can.
See our rules of the game right there. We got 4 days, 85 anglers day 1 and 2. That's the full field. We cut it in half and more on day 3, down to 40 anglers, only 10 on the final day. 5 fish limit each and every day, and a 14-inch limit. Correct me on that if I'm wrong, Ronnie.
Nope,
14
that's true.
inches. So.
Yep. I don't think there's any spotted bass. So it would just be largemouth. Last week we saw all 3 species get weighed in at Guntersville. I think it's just going to be largemouth, and if you're weighing in anything else, you're probably losing here.
You know, the other thing on that is if you really look at the history of this lake and all the local folks that really are watching this, is if you get 5 bites here, you're going to have a pretty darn good bag, because it's almost hard. If you do catch 5 keepers, it's almost hard to not catch a big one, you know, a 4-pound, all the way up to a 6 to 8 pound bass. Talking to Shane Lineberger, he made the comment, he said, this is absolutely one of the best big bass fisheries, not in the state of South Carolina, but in the world. So if you catch a limit here, it's pretty darn good odds you're gonna catch a big one.
A lot of our anglers, some of them even said you could even show up with 3, maybe even 2 fish and still be playing at the end of day 1.
Tommy, I taped a few shows here, and I hate to say it, it looks a lot better on paper. I mean, you could get 7 or 8 bites, and it looks like, wow, you caught 28 pounds out there.
And as we look at what a beautiful place, and as you say, Z, every place looks fishy out here, which makes it a problem.
It's in all honesty, and we're going to be able to really break it down. I think we're going to see, you know, stuff like this where there's a little bit of schooling activity, possibly in the morning. We're going to see some boat dock fishing. There is a shallow bite in the water willow right now early. I look for there's going to be an array of shallow water fishing, and it's kind of like you could pick your poison. By the end of this, though, those cypress trees will be a major player. They are every single time that there is whether it's a local tournament or a national tournament.
Ronnie, as I say, you've done extensive homework on these two lakes. Together, they're the size of Kentucky Lake. Together, they're 170,000 acres. Managing something this vast is a big part of the assignment.
Yeah, and I talked to Davy Height about it and kind of got a preview of the lake, and I said, hey, point out some key areas in the lake where you think people would go. And then by the time we had pointed out a couple key good areas, the whole entire lake was covered. But you've got that Tall Creek area where John C. Land Landing is, and if you go to the west, you go to where I-95 is. So many people pass over Santee right there where Jacks Creek and Low Falls is. That's more of the swampy areas. The whole Santee Cooper, chain of lakes right there, those two lakes are swampy in nature, but Low Falls, Jacks Creek, those are areas that are sometimes wind protected, whereas other places are exposed to, like the Rocks Pond and the Brickyard, exposed to maybe a north wind. But those are kind of some of the key players. You've got that Wybo and Potato at the northeast corner of Lake Marion, docks and more built up seawall type deals. You go down the dam there to the diversion canal to where Black's Camp, Duck Pond, Hatchery. I know a lot of those different places have factored before, and Davey really expects both lakes to get some play this week. And I know, Zona, you've been there before, that during the different times of year, it's not just one area that's predominantly good in the spring or one in the fall. All these areas have similar traits for all seasons. It's just where those fish are kind of headed to or where they're coming from.
Just for go ahead, Z. Go ahead.
One of the biggest problems with Moultrie, though, this time of year, the water is way clearer in Moultrie this time of year than you have in, say, March and April, and consistency. This time of year on Moultrie, it's a lot more. You'll see brush pile fishing, and you could do well there. You could do very well there for a day or maybe two, but the consistency seems like.
So it's a good sign that they are still here with not much current being pulled. So we're gonna give this spot about 5-10 more minutes and then go hit a couple more. We gotta make a little milk run and you gotta fish them till you get them fired up, or they'll start biting. They'll let you know when they're ready to eat. It's clockwork. That's always a current thing for some reason. It's a timing deal.
And there's a picture. There's a representation of all 85 where they are right now. Lake Marion, obviously, this early on, you would expect would have more. It's the nearer place, Z, but they're either there or in the canal.
That is very telling to where I was headed with that. I got to talk to Ken Ellis, who has won probably as many tournaments as anybody that's ever lived on this lake. He's a local, know him very well, and he said, look, the consistency lives on Lake Marion, period. And that map right there is probably the most telling of what we're going to see throughout this tournament. And as you talked about, as you get up to I-95 into the area known as the swamp, Jacks Creek, that throughout practice and really throughout history, gosh, I talked to guys yesterday that have fished here, whether it's in the spring or this time of year, that area right there of the lake where the rivers come into it, very, very fertile. And not only that, there's just more vegetation up there. You see it right there, out with Rob Dye.
Just got up in this river up here, and we just made a quick little stop. Decided to stop here and throw his chatterbait for a second in this dirty water. We ain't gonna stay here but a second. We're gonna go on up here and try to flip us one up. Been a few fish laying around all this wood and cover with this current. They just laying up there waiting for something to come by. Snatch it up.
Rob Dye's from
We
North
get up here to
Carolina.
this big willow tree now, we're gonna move.
Dye's from North Carolina, Lake Norman region, but man, a lot of the cat trails, the CBCs, those local, you know, slash both Carolina
Caught a few out here.
tournament
It's
trails
just been kind of hit and miss.
have brought Dye to Santee. He's very good here.
Ronnie, you're going to like this. I asked him, I said, Rob, how much experience do you have on Santee Cooper?
Then you'll catch a couple.
He said, I got about 25 years experience fishing Santee, but never in the fall because I was a deer hunting guide, so I never fished.
Yeah, exactly. But yes, time-wise, other than Patrick Walters, who was about 25 years old, it seems, 26 maybe, Dye, Lineberger, Otten, those guys are the Cobbs of the world and whatnot. Just you got Hartwell and Murray. Those are the lakes that they fish a whole bunch, and Santee hasn't really been hit on the national big scene since early 2000s.
You know, the other thing that you'll notice early here is when you get up around Low Falls, when you get up
that willow tree.
The lake, the great thing, and Rob talked about this. He says, man, I have to stay around good watercolor. You know, the more watercolor you get on Santee, the shallower these fish will get. And Rob said, look, I'm not catching a lot. I am not. But definitely has seen some quality throughout practice.
Rob Dye, second year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. 58th was his last finish at Lake Guntersville. First look below him at the veteran, Bernie Schultz.
This was the best place I found for skipping trees in the morning early. And the day, first day of practice when I got in here, they were popping and you could smell fish. I mean, there was that many fish in here, but it's like the Dead Sea right now. And I got a feeling the fish are following the bait and moving around. And once the sun gets up, they slow down and get on the trees. And my best part of the day has always been, seems like the fish get under the shade and sit there and they're, more approachable at that point. But mornings are tough. They've been telling me anyway. For a morning bite, and it's not working right now. So I'm just going to keep plucking away and hopefully get a bite.
Boy, what you see Bernie Schultz doing right there is Santee 101. I think that's the one thing that really surprised me was how finessey you can and a lot of times have to get fishing these cypress trees. And we're going to talk exactly what you're seeing right there is it's insane how many cypress trees are in this lake. But the isolated ones, the little isolated groups of them, like you're seeing Shane Lineberger fish right here, you'll have 5 miles of beautiful cypress trees, and then there's 2 or 3 magic cypress trees, and you ask yourself why. A lot of times those isolated ones, the ones that in a little bit of an irregularity compared to the straight line of cypresses, are the key ones that continuously will hold fish. And when you look at those cypress trees, under the water, it's amazing how dynamic, because it's just not straight down. Those trees come out 3, 4, 5 feet away from the base.
Yeah, big donut, root ball, lots of places.
These are the first cypress trees we've seen since the first event of the year, and
probably as many as we'll see all year. See Shane Lineberger there, adjacent to the Rock Pond area, Lake Marion, closer to the canals where we've been watching Patrick Walters.
I just want to drag on this stump.
Patrick Walters fishing just outside of the diversion canal, and he was really, really being elusive. He talked about it this morning. He said, gosh, I don't want many people seeing me fishing around here throughout practice. He even said that earlier. He said, this bite, Tommy, a little bit, a little bit early. He said this really fires November and December, but when it goes, he said this is a 25 to 30 pound deal. And Patrick said, I fish here a lot in the fall, a little bit more so when we get towards the holidays.
Anybody else who loves their job as much as bass fishermen do, but stress out. I'm not stressing right now, but I'm saying in general, when it ain't happening, like, it's like I love my job, man, that thing. About to give me a heart attack.
Walters again in his second year had a fantastic year, 17th in Angler of the Year.
He led for a while early.
Coming off an open win.
Yeah, won on Lake Hartwell just a couple weeks ago.
Probably big. And
his track record in South Carolina is ridiculous. He's won a college championship on Lake Murray. He's won a Bassmaster College Regional in Winyah Bay. He got a top 10 Bay. He won the Hartwell Open. He got 11th there for the Elite, and then he's a local to Santee. It's hard to have that good of a track record in your home state. Brandon Cobb's probably got one just as good, but
currently 27th in Angler of the Year points, and everyone's prediction is that that situation is going to improve.
He got bit by Guntersville again. He said it a third time in a row. The Elite last year, the Classic, and then the Elite this year.
He's out for revenge this week.
He made the comment, he said, the biggest key, I cannot spin out and live behind my steering wheel. He said that one of the main keys on Santee, just don't run around too much. From Patrick Walters, let's head way up Lake Marion. One of the anglers probably as far as you could go on Marion. Rick Morris said, trust me, I will live in the upper end all day long.
Live update, yeah. I practice up here twice, and one day on the lower river, or the lower lake. Not getting a lot of bites up here, but quality. So I had a 3 and a 3.5, and yesterday, the day before, I had a couple the same. A lot of dead water up here, a lot of trees with no fish on them. So we're just gonna cover a lot of water. I've tried the jig. I've had some bites on a frog, but they tend to miss it. Very skittish. Highly pressured bass, and it's fall. So I'm basically throwing a big chunky finesse worm on 20-pound gamma on a flipping stick. So kind of finesse, but plenty of power. Get 5 bites and one of them be a 5-pounder, I'll be in good shape. It's getting the 5 bites. We're gonna go to work.
Rick Morris in his 11th year.
Very shallow, these trees, really shallow. Like 1.5 to 2.5 feet.
Well, I know those 11 years, Tommy. Rick Morris is your guy, no doubt about it.
No question about that.
He will tell you
So I'm
what
fishing
he's
it
thinking.
Nico rig, a little nail in the head, give it just a little bit of weight. Really, it's a half nail. I'm using a 711 RPM heavy duty flipping stick.
Morris is one of those guys with a special skill set of, you know, the tidal fishing, those old school, when you think of those places like the Potomac and the James and the Chesapeake and even all the St. Johns River, those Florida places, they all kind of just remind you of similar fisheries, and Santee is going to look like that. It might not fish exactly like a tidal place, but it's one of those places that looks like it, shallow, cypress trees, the way the fish relate.
Twitching the line a little bit. Just gives that bait a tiny bit of action. It's thousands of trees. I'm focusing on these isolated ones.
You're right about that, Ronnie. A lot of the tournaments that we've covered, Rick Morris, he's done exactly this, where you go as far up the lake as you can get when you get into the river systems. And really the other thing about Santee, especially Lake Marion right now, is, and Shane Lineberger talked about this, and I got to witness it, you know, when I fished down there with Davy and Patrick Walters. It's a lot, as weird as it is, it's a lot like Florida.
I was expecting one there.
It seems like when you get around one, when you get a bite, you had better bunker in and dissect that area.
Of course, there's not a lot of shade yet, but as that sun gets up, obviously the shady side of the tree. And then do a lot of idle. You don't have to come down if you don't want to. I'm gonna go slow.
I'd put my feet
Just
in
be
the
prepared if I bump a
floorboard.
stump, don't fall in.
Exactly.
You talk about Rick and the Tidewater, Virginia experience there, and of course, two of his cuts. He's made 2 cuts this year, one of them on the St. Johns River, which has got a tidal influence. Well, with Rick Morris and Bernie Schultz, we're both seeing the importance of cypress trees early on, and there's no shortage of them here. Finding the right one, as Rick Morris underlined for us, is the big project, the tough nut to crack, as you might say.
Got a
Well,
lot
I did.
of. Go ahead, Z.
I talked about how important that first 90 minutes to 2 hours was going to be in this tournament, especially for guys fishing water willows, and we have not seen anybody doing that so far.
Well, I just had a 4-pounder come across the board, Jesse Tacarante. First 4-pound fish.
Just getting started today. 5.5 more hours of Bassmaster Live yet to come. Should be a treat for all of us. One of the most highly regarded bass fishing lakes in these United States. One of the very top in the southeast quadrant of this country. And Florida's Jesse Tacarante on top with 4-pound. Shane Lineberger is on the board as well. We're with Shane Lineberger all day long. Brandon Palnick, Harvey Horn, Luke Palmer also scoring early on. We'll take a break and be right back.
The Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is being brought to you live by Berkeley. The Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is brought to you by Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Yamaha, and by Toyota.
Much like Lake Guntersville a week ago, people dream, they think of it all their life, a trip to this place, the Santee Cooper Lakes. Marion and Moultrie, as we take a look at our unofficial leaderboard early on today. And Brandon Card, Tennessee, up on top right now with 6.25 pounds.
That's one fish.
Kyle Welcher, who started out better than anyone at Guntersville last week, he's up there as well, just behind Brandon Card. Jesse Tacarante, we noted him with one big fish early on today. So we got plenty to come. And that, of
course, one of the things, ironically, that Ronnie Moore fantasizes about is fantasy.
Exactly. Yeah, and there's nothing more real than fantasy fishing. And I wanted to bring it in for the 7th stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series at Santee Cooper and the Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing kind of preview. Wanted to be transparent like always, give you my picks. And the theme of my picks is a lot of those top water, those shallow water guys, and kind of a Florida tidal river vibe to it. And so I've got Drew Cook. We all know reasons why with top water. He's going to be a great guy anyways with the Angler of the Year standings. He's up there. We saw Jake Whitaker, his infatuation with a wacky rig and top water down in Florida. He's done well there before. Plus a lot of those boat dock, seawall things that Santee does have in those developed areas is up his alley. Brian Schmidt, one of the most seasoned guys on Santee that hasn't maybe fished in the fall, but he knows how to get around there. I knew he'd be familiar with here. Kobe Krieger and Robbie Latuso of Florida, and we have a Cajun, Louisiana guy there for the top water and those shallow water areas. When you live around cypress trees, it's one of those advantages that you know how to fish them. You know where the fish relate to them, when they go up to the base of them, when they pull off, how sun, wind, all those different things affect it. So the guys who have the most experience with it are going to be the safest picks. And a lot of these guys are in a good percentage range that you want to get. 3 to 10%, not too much. There are some guys who are favorites. Patrick Walters up in the 30% range, John Cox in the 40% range. And then those guys like Todd Otten and Brandon Cobb, that 15 to 20%, those are guys that are going to watch as well. But there's a lot of underdogs like Rob Dye, Shane Lineberger, that are lower percentages that you should watch today. But we'll see. It's fall and every day is a changing day.
We will see. Interesting picks on your part, Ronnie, including one of your great friends. So fantasy fans should maybe factor that in.
And I did not tell him that I picked him, but I did get word when I got a practice report that it was good for what he likes to do. So I felt comfortable with all my picks.
Well, that's inside info right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an advantage we don't have, some of us.
I don't have a Ken Ellis, Z. I don't have a Ken Ellis.
Carl Jacobson, 5-pounder on the board.
Wow.
Had a 15th at Gunnersville and starting off nicely here.
You know, looking at that map of our anglers this is one of the, we talked about how this lake is similar to Florida lakes, where you looked at where our anglers were spread out from, guys that are fishing around Jacks or up in the swamp or Utah Springs. It's almost like you just have to get into those notorious areas that have played in the past. It's like if you try to outthink it and find something different and you're not around the popular crowded areas, you are not around the bass. And that's exactly what we heard coming into this. You better stay in those historically good areas of Marion or you'll outthink it.
Yeah. One thing also about that look we had at where our anglers were placed at, it looked like they were close to each other, not even close to it. Consider this for perspective. The swamp, one of the most notorious areas you talk about, is about the size of Lake Tenkiller, where we had one of our tournaments last year.
It's very fair.
Yeah.
You're looking at your fantasy picks, though. I like the one pick, and the guys that are from Louisiana that have a lot of experience fishing cypress trees, being able to read, when you get into all these pockets. I mean, these pockets are so massive. You say to yourself, where do I start? I'm curious to see how the Louisiana guys that have grown up fishing like this and can read that stuff fare in this tournament.
It sure has that Atchafalaya Basin look to it as you take a look early on at these pictures on this morning.
It's just just like a herring lake, when those anglers that know herring fish have a specialty there, because you know it's something that you just can't. You can learn about it, but you just kind of have to grow up with it to have that advantage. And some of those Louisiana guys, those St. Johns River guys, even the Tidal River guys, they just know how these fish behave for the most part.
And one of the anglers that we've covered that's awesome at this, on especially finding those, quote, magic trees or those, magic clumps of cypress trees. Steve Kennedy, throughout, the last decade and a half, he is one of the best at reading water like this, whether we're on West Point or we're on Rayburn, which is very similar to this. Very good at reading and finding those magic trees.
Quite good though.
couple guys just popped on the bass track. Matt Airy, second place with 3 fish for 5 pounds. He's tied Carl's 1 fish. Cal Welcher's 5 pounds is on 2 fish. And Randy Sullivan's in there with a 3.5 pounder. Corey Johnston just caught a 3+.
Yeah.
Randy Sullivan made the comment to Davy Height out in practice, first day of practice. He got to see one of those 30-pound stringers. Just got in an area that had, not a ton of fish, but the giants were definitely playing.
It's on social media. A lot of guys holding up some nice fish. They probably didn't want to hold them, shake them. The other guys were shaking them all off. They really didn't know exactly what size it was. It's kind of interesting what Keith Combs said. He said there's so much fishable water, it's hard to slow down and dial in a bite, a pattern.
One of the differences, we talked about how similar this tournament would be to Lake Guntersville, but one of the differences here is Guntersville gets a insane amount of pressure, this time of year, September, October, November. Guntersville's packed. You don't see that here. I talked to a lot of anglers that said they have not seen 1, 2, 3 local boats fishing. Generally this time of year, the pressure you see out here is guys that are catfishing.
The trophy catfish fishery.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Let's get over to Bob Downey. We got to spend some time last week. Bob had an excellent tournament on Lake Guntersville. A rookie from Hudson, Wisconsin.
Morning update.
Well, guys, we're just fishing along here on this kind of row of cypress trees we got out in front of us here. Kind of found this area real late yesterday, about 3, 4 o'clock, once that sun had already been up all day, and figured I'd give it a try this morning. Wasn't really sure if it would pay off or not. We've caught 1 short fish so far, and that's it. So it's been a little slow for the first, half hour, 45 minutes. Probably give this a little bit longer and then get out of here. And if I got time, I'm gonna come back this afternoon. I don't know if it's a deal where they get set up on them as the day goes on, and you can kind of call your shot a little bit better when there's those shade lines. Right now, it's a very good chance they could be roaming kind of all over the place. I've tried to spinnerbait around these a little bit, haven't gotten bit. But yesterday afternoon, I had a limit and shook some fish off in this whole general area pretty quickly, and which leads me to believe that they set up on this stuff later in the day. So gonna keep moving along here. If we get bit, I might hang around a little bit more, but otherwise we're probably gonna get out of here and head north and come back here this afternoon if we got some time.
Bob Downey, very experienced in northern environments like the St. Croix River close to his home, upper Mississippi, think La Crosse, places like that. Z, let me ask you, we'll be talking about this fall transition all day.
Yes.
Are we to a point yet where guys like Bob Downey can look for some hard edges, some places where the fish might be starting to sort of corral some bait and get started with the process of eating? Or is it going to have to get cooler?
Yeah, I still think we're, I still think we're a couple weeks away from that. We got to see that last week at Guntersville. I think we're going to see that, again this time around. But what was interesting is I did talk to some anglers that, we're going to see some dock fishing. Well, right there, you see Patrick Walters right there, a couple of boat docks. We're going to see some dock fishing in this. And I did ask the guys that were getting bid on docks, hey, are they back in the pockets? Are they in the creeks, or is it all Main Lake? Is it all Main Lake Marion? And the fish are just starting to get back in. But the other side is, Tommy, I think, you get into some of these, I think there's just resident fish that never, ever leave, that I think live their entire life in these creeks. And one of the problems too is, the comment that Hank Cherry made is so spot on. They're everywhere and they're nowhere. You're dealing with higher water than usual. And I could tell, talking to guys that fish this lake a lot and guys that don't, because guys that don't were there, they said, wow, the water is so low. Well, that wasn't the case. The water is actually, higher than usual for this time of year. It just, if you get a half foot or a foot of water on this body of water, it scatters them out so much. But again, to answer that question, taking a look at our TH Marine weather report, it's going to be beautiful today. I just still, I think it's too beautiful, if that makes sense.
No wind really in particular tomorrow. Looks, there's the outlook, 82 degrees, pretty much the same deal. Not getting very, very cool at nights right now. We had a little cool spell last week and it's sort of abated for a while. Saturday, yeah, much cooler. High of only 77, but still that nighttime low is hanging in there. So the cooling of the water, which kind of gets fish going this time of year, hadn't happened. Scattered thunderstorms possible on Sunday. Show you something from a little bit choppy service. Rob died just moments ago.
Old shooter jig. I didn't even feel that fish pick it up. Wasn't much of a hook.
So we didn't get much of a look at it, but a keeper going in the box, obviously, for Rob Dye. Actually has him in the top 10 unofficially. That one, about 2-pounder.
Patrick Walters made the comment that, and we're going to talk about this a lot, is not trying to do too much, not getting spun out. And Patrick Walters said, I'm going to fish the area of the lake. And you know this, Ronnie, he lives pretty much around that Utah Springs area. And he said, I'll concentrate really from the diversion canal to lower Lake Marion, around where he grew up. He said the biggest key is being confident in the areas you're at here on Santee. And he said, I'm just going to fish the areas that I grew up. Very similar, like when listening to Patrick Walters' game plan to when we covered Brandon Cobb on Lake Hartwell. He said, I'm just going to get in an area that I know better. He goes, it might not be the best area of the lake, but it's the area I know the most.
That allows you not to have to actually run around the entire Lake Marion Moultrie that you know, but rather get in an area that you know a lot of specific spots in.
Yes.
And are able to just fish more and go maybe troll motor to spots instead of big motor.
Kyle Welcher just jumped into first place with his third fish. He's over 6 pounds. And right after that happened, Shane LaHue posted 4 fish for 7, and he's taking the lead.
Again, we had Kyle Welcher 3 days out of 4, front and center on our Bassmaster Live presentation. He's trying to elbow his way into that position again. He may be the real deal, this Kyle Welcher guy.
That's nothing short of what we've heard online, just people responding to him that he's more of a, if we could say it for lack of a better term, more of a KVD on the water. That's what Davey was alluding to last week, just how he just thinks about things and just fishes this, fishes that, goes here, natural, just instinctual angler.
Lots of nervous energy.
How about his plan this week? He said he had a tough practice. Things were random, but he plans to stay put in an area. No running and gunning for him. Probably maximize his time fishing and just when that area bites or turns on for the bite.
Got a little bonus coverage for you here, getting to look in on Taku Ito. Second place, Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, leader of Rookie of the Year.
So no shallow, middle. get back.
Ooh.
So it was many fish, many fish. But 3-pounder and no keeper at the main. So cruising. So I tried 1/8 ounce mackerel. Yes, 1/8 ounce mackerel. And swimming. So no boat swimming. So cruising fish. So found the lure and fight. Many fish. But so sometimes so heavy pressure, no bite. So I need this one. Too much, many things because that's so knuckle, drop shot. So sometimes no way, dig, no thinker.
One of the best debuts ever on the Bassmaster Elite Series, that's for sure. The rookie from Japan, take a look at the, boy, he gained a lot of fans on that northern swing there, especially on the St. Lawrence River, Lake Ontario. Just put on a fantastic show. A guy who may be young, who may be new to the American game, but man, he has mastered it in short order. Second place in Bassmaster Angler of the Year. You have to think about that a little bit. That is strong.
You know, and really listening to Taku, he made the comment. I mean, he made the comment throughout that northern swing. I hate fishing shallow, and this was one of those tournaments. You're like, this one could get dangerous for you, bud. But the other side is there is a brush pile deal here. If you know, and I thought about Taku, you know, throughout practice, and guys like Keith Combs that you knew were going to keep that bite honest. Throughout practice here on Santee.
Yeah, a few of them were hoping that they'd pull more water out of this lake, drop the level a little bit, which might pull some of those fish out to the brush piles. And we've had one great brush pile tournament already this year. We could handle some more, though.
You know, and it was really cool talking to a lot of guys that fish Santee a lot. They said, man, you know, we watched the Eufaula tournament. There are more brush piles on this lake than there is in Lake Eufaula, which honestly stunned me.
How is that possible? I don't know.
Right. When the entire Lake Eufaula is a brush pile.
Well, this is bass fishing country, despite the apparent lack of boat traffic and pressure this week. Clarendon County, the host locale, very thrilled to have them working with us. And this tournament, Such mentioned it earlier, originally scheduled for June, was it?
April.
April, yeah, when, of course, it would have taken possibly 100 pounds to win. This is a different story this time around, but it's going to be an interesting one.
These 3 in a row all were considered the potential of 100-pound catches. Guntersville here, and then Chickamauga next week.
Z said, you know, this place is going to have a lot less boat traffic than Guntersville, and it's you can't go buy a boat off the showroom floor and take it to places like Santee. Sometimes you got to know how to fish it. In Guntersville, anybody in the world can just roll up and just drive around, and because it's safe. It's not necessarily safe on Santee, so if you're just cruising around in your party barge or hanging out, this isn't the best lake to just dump in and drive straight across the lake. So that'll keep some people away as well.
Big gators there's big gators.
Let me throw you a true story that happened last year when I was taping here. When I went down on Moultrie, I was terrified of running. Okay, Moultrie, you cannot see the landmines that are under the water. And our camera boat driver, I'll say his name again. He's going to get so mad I'm going to say this, but Ken Ellis. Davy Height said it, and I fished against Ken Ellis, but 900 years ago. He knows every stump in Lake Moultrie, right? So we're running. Well, naturally, Ken plows one going about 65 miles an hour. I said, well, Coach, you didn't know about that.
Only takes one.
And really, you know, that's very telling. That's very telling when a guy that fishes here 364 days a year, when you get down in that lower lake, it is horrifying. A lot of those flats that you get on, man, they are dangerous, to say the least.
It's sure a different landscape than where we were just a week ago. Lake Guntersville up in the mountains, sort of the lower end of the Appalachians. This is the classic Carolina low country, and the Wateree and Congaree rivers come in and feed these two lakes and exit as lakes Santee and Cooper, which we have encountered a few times on our trips to Winyah Bay.
Yes.
Gosh, I just wanted to take one out of Zona's playbook and ask him, Zona, did Ellis hit it hard?
Yes, he hit it as hard as you could hit one, in fact.
Our Angler of the Year leader, Clark Wendtland, is on the board. One small fish, pound and 6 ounces.
Look for Clark to do pretty well here. You know, Clark has kind of that, you know, pretty Kyle Welcher style, just, you know, guys that are obviously Kyle Welcher's, where his wheelhouse is that shallow water target deal. And granted, Clark has turned into one of the best smallmouth finesse fishermen on the tour. But gosh, Tommy, back from when we met Clark Wendtland, you know, 25 years ago, he is one of the best target fishermen on the planet.
Yeah, since the very start for him, actually, it seemed like he's just up on that upper shelf.
Yes.
Yeah, I reckon they just run up there and bump it. The little ones. Huh? No, them bigger ones. I mean, sometimes them big fish, they bite very finicky, but if that had been a 6 or 7 pounder, I think it would have been. He would have got it. Little 2 pounders here. I don't like to mess them up.
You heard Bernie make the comment earlier. He was going through an area of cypress trees. Looked like Rob Dye missed one right there.
That's a little keeper there.
You'll hear the term, the fish setting up on these trees. You can go through an area of cypress trees on this lake and you're like, wow, this sucks. I'm not around anything. As that sun gets high and it positions those fish on those trees.
You got to do better than that, Robbie.
It's mind-blowing when you get in the right section of trees.
Barely got
how fast you could put a big stringer in the boat here.
Again, such a contrast to last week, Lake Guntersville. All the lessons we were getting is how to find the subtleties in grass beds, and now this week we're going to learn how to fish a cypress tree.
Well, yeah, and really, you know, a lot of times we talked about it, some of those isolated ones when you find one tree or a cluster of cypress trees that's irregular from the rest of them around them. The other side is, you know, if you look at Rick Morris right there, you'll get a bite off one, and then you'll look at your depth finders, you get near that tree, and you might have a little depression that just goes down. You know, it's a difference of 6 inches or 8 inches. A lot of times where you get those bites, there's something irregular under the water that reloads those trees, that makes those magic trees on this lake.
Patrick Walters with a little bit of company. A little different from last. I think the first day of Lake Guntersville last week, we went until the last hour before we saw a shot of 2 anglers who could actually see each other. Everything was so spread out, so random on Lake Guntersville.
And I think that'll be the biggest difference here. I think by the time we get to the end of the day tomorrow, really into the weekend,
trees you see over there.
there will be about 3 or 4 main key areas on Marion that we'll be focusing on, to where really we focused on the entire system at Lake Guntersville.
I heard you allude to that right off the bat in this Bassmaster Live this morning. That's interesting. I did not see that coming, but we will see how it plays out as we continue with our first hour of Bassmaster Live. But this train is going to roll on all the way. So I believe it's 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, getting close to weigh-in time. Everybody gets to fish today and tomorrow, full field. The train's going to diminish in size down to 40 anglers for Saturday fishing, day number 3. Santee Cooper, first time since 2006 for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Carolinian Shane LaHue on top right there. Florida's Kyle Welcher, Brandon Card of Tennessee. Another Carolina angler, Matt Airy, also in the top 5. Carl Jochimson, Jesse Cacarani. Randy Sullivan had a great tournament last week. Corey Johnston, too. Tyler Yvette and Drew Cook was very much looking forward. A very optimistic view by him. We'll see how he plays out. Maybe we can catch up with him at some point. We'll take a break and be back on Bassmaster.
The Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is being brought to you live by Berkeley. You're watching the Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes, being brought to you live by Berkeley.
Great to have you with us this Thursday morning on Bassmaster Live. We got 5 more hours of fishing on legendary Lakes Marion and Moultrie, the Santee Cooper Lakes, and Carolinian, North Carolina. Shane LaHue on top right now, early on. Over 7 pounds, according to Bass Track. That's unofficial reports. Another Carolinian, Jake Whitaker, coming up in 2nd place, not too far behind. Kyle Welcher, Brandon Card. 5 Carolinians, North Carolina anglers in the top 5 right now. So may not be local knowledge, but it's adjacent knowledge anyway.
Whitaker with the big, 2nd biggest fish of the Davy Height card. He's got a 5 1/4.
Wow.
See a few big ones coming in right now. Get out on the water right now.
One of these days, Tommy, I'll be completely spot on in fantasy, and we'll have to smile about it. But until that day, we'll just keep tempering our expectations that I'll be wrong again.
I fully expect you to be right on one of these days. There's Bernie Schultz. Fished every year of the Bassmaster Elite Series. One of the very, very few who fished Santee Cooper back in 2006, who's still in the game. Uh-oh.
Should be easily a 14-incher. Oh yeah, he's 15.
From the veteran Bernie Schultz, 9 classic qualifications. Patrick Walters shooting for his 2nd classic qualification here. In his 2nd year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. We go down to Patrick Live.
That'll get started. That'll get us started. Had to give away a juice hole, but that'll get us started. They live here, that size. Low early, we need a little current, but that'll settle us down.
Boy, that is some home cooking right there. Seeing a swim bait bite going on a tournament where everybody said water willow, cypress trees, and boat docks.
Little insider trading going on there, you'd say.
Yeah, he was real fidgety on the phone last night, wanting to talk about this diversion. He said, man, I made a few casts in practice, but I did not want another competitor seeing me in here at all throughout practice.
Looked up again, Patrick Walters.
You can't get 5 if you don't start with 1. My dang hands. I got sunscreen on them or something. They're so slippery. Did you see me when I set the hook? I thought I was going to lose it. You always got my back, EK, don't you? Golly. I'm gonna frickin' try.
Back to back.
Boy, that is awesome.
Yeah.
Something ain't right.
We're watching. He's been the most active.
There it goes.
Heard Patrick Walters say, if I get a little bit of current, a little bit of wind movement through there, things can definitely, and you could tell, man, different watercolor in there when you get in that diversion canal. See guys like
2
Rob
pounds.
Dye and fishing way up Marion in the dirty water of Santee. This is a different
Almost
gig.
wasn't gonna stop.
Fair to say, Tommy,
This is a good spot when they're
Patrick
firing
Walters,
in the canal, but if they're not biting, then it's not worth hitting. And I honestly felt like they were not biting.
we have covered some elusive anglers throughout the decades together on the Bassmaster Elite. That's
yes.
fair, right, Tommy?
Oh, yes, yes.
But young Patrick, as nice as he is, boy, he is an elusive one, getting a little bit of information to feed us for Bassmaster.
Yeah, but he'll make you feel like you're getting the whole story. He's clever.
I don't know that he likes to give all the pieces of the.
Got 2 in the box so far. Calm them nerves a little bit. Bite's been slow. They're not pulling much current. They're 0. I know everybody else is catching them. I mean, it's at how it's every single morning. They're always catching them, but you can't be thinking about that. You just got to go out there and catch them 1 at a time. You know, you can't catch 5 without catching 1. So you got to mentally stay in it and just go fishing. I probably got 2 2-pounders. I mean, they're decent, healthy fish, but we need to get 3 more like that, and then we need to go try to find a big one. And when I say a big one, I'm talking about 7-pounder. I mean, I hadn't caught anything big all week, but they just live here. It's Santee Cooper.
Great to see some of these Santee Cooper fish go into someone's life. I covered my first tournament here back in 1996. It was our pal Jeff Coble catching about 27 pounds on the final day. But those fish, what struck me was the color. They're different looking here than they are just about anywhere else. They have a real silvery cast to them. I don't know if it's the genetics or the makeup of the water, but they're very different and they're very big here.
And a beautiful chain pattern on all of them. You know, you look at them and they just look different. I'll tell you, when I got to fish with Patrick here last year, we caught an enormous stringer, huge, and we fished Marion and Moultrie. But what was amazing, Tommy, is it was brutal. I mean, we fished 3,000 cypress trees, and I think we caught them in a combination of probably 5 to 8 trees. And the other thing was, and I think we will see this, is when you got around one of them, like you see Rick Morris right there, when you got around one of them and got a bite, boy, the friends were not far behind. And the other thing was, it was really compressed as far as that bite window was about 45 minutes and it was done. Wow. And I think we will see that this week with guys that are concentrating on the
one more
trees here.
cast after that one, and then we're going, okay? I'm actually not going to go far. I'm going to go across the way, so you don't have to move the bag or nothing. You just sit down.
John Cruz with a 4 1/4.
Oh.
Jumps up to 7th place.
John Cruz looking for a good outing here. He's had sort of for him, a very difficult year.
Very for him, yeah. He's usually Mr. Consistency.
So weird, too. It came out of nowhere. That I feel like everyone in the world was okay with like maybe a reset after the Classic and take some time and then do the season. And if anybody wanted to continue this streak, it was Cruz because it's such a hot start at the St. John's, such a good finish at the Classic, and then all of a sudden a middle-of-the-road finish at Eufaula, and he's like, I've got to have that as like my worst finish of the year. And that's been his best finish since St. John's was Eufaula, and so
No takers.
that's tough.
In fact, there's some of the fantasy pundits were picking him because they say that his numbers got to come up.
Yeah, there's just somebody who's not normally in bucket E the last 10 or 15 spots
High
in Angler of the
percentage.
Year. Like, not even, I wouldn't even say high percentage. Like,
Of people picking
yes,
him, yeah.
high percentage selected.
been
But
in
like
E.
here, it's just, you got to take his 16-year, 15-year Elite Series
think
track
I've seen a few
record.
frogs
At
there.
a certain point, he's not going to be there anymore.
Just too good of a value is what you're saying.
Yeah,
like,
he went into the bargain bin.
Bill Lowen's in that same category, and that was one Mark Zona's keeping an eye on this week.
Zona
Yes.
said one year that the guys took an ounce and a half and put it on a frog and flipped it and won the tournament. He said they don't allow that anymore.
We've heard that story.
Rick Morris
Telling
was
our
watching
stories.
Bassmaster Live
He was.
day 4, day 3.
There should be a fish on that one. Oh, something stirred up in there.
Talked to Rick Morris
It's
after.
current, but it looked like it moved to me. Probably on the other side.
You know what's amazing about this lake, if you've never been here, no, in fact, or if you fish this lake a lot, is you look at that cypress tree to the right of Rick Morris. Is, boy, when you pitch into one of those, whether you got 20-pound line or you're finesse fishing like a lot of the local guys do, that I got to experience when I was there, when you lay up into one of those giant ones on this lake, it is insanity when you hook one off one of those cypress trees.
I was going to say last year after the season, Rick Morris suffered through a pretty bad season, but he was in pain a lot. He went and had his hip replaced. He had hip replacement surgery.
Oh.
And he was suffering the last events a lot. So he couldn't even walk hardly, and he didn't know if he'd make it through a tournament if he made day 3.
Looks to be pretty stable right now.
They had him up within 3 hours, he said, of the surgery just to get it going and start healing. He was
The
okay.
fish were spooking. I don't know what they are. Probably the big grass carp, probably.
You know, Such, it was getting to talk to our anglers before this tournament, and we do. We throw darts on day 1 before we're obviously with our leaders going into, days 2 through Championship Sunday. Rick Morris had as much knowledge of Santee Cooper than any of the locals really that I got to talk to. I mean, he's got a lot of history here.
Come on, baby.
Well, him and Bernie both, fished here since the '94 event. I just checked it out. Bernie got 335 tournaments here, and Morris 264, and they both
Barely got it, too. We don't need to measure them. It's a start.
They both have fished the 7 bass events here since. With varying success, that's for sure.
Almost lost them because I was over that branch. Now look how deep it is. It's like that deep. It is crazy. A couple more up there. I better go hit them other ones.
Another look at Rick Morris putting his first keeper in the live well. Just, like you said, he's been here, he knows the game, and he's the picture of patience as he works to search out the magic cypress tree.
You know, and it's what Davy Height said coming in this tournament is,
sounds good to me.
Just get in an area and mine it for everything it's worth.
Yeah. He'll go good with my 5-pounder today.
Cliff Prince had a really good, almost won an open here years ago. Almost doing one of the exact same things. He caught a lot of fish on a frog back then. Said he could not find that bite this time around, but said he's definitely going to mine these docks on Lower Lake Marion.
Look at him. Grass carp.
I remember the event that we covered here years ago that Preston Clark won. I'll never forget, Tommy.
Catfish. Look at the size of that thing. That's like a 30-pound catfish up there in no water. Wow.
Walking the bank with you.
Under that log.
Then we went out in a camera boat. How many 5 to 8 pound bass we saw in one pocket?
Oh my gosh, that was such a magic. They just all moved up on the same day, about the same hour, it seemed like.
It was amazing. Like, you could not go, for somebody at home to comprehend this, you could not go, is it fair? You could not go 10 feet without seeing a 4 to 8 pound bass?
Yeah. Water was up. You could see him like 18 feet from the parking lot, just sitting there.
And tremendously unintelligent.
Yeah. Just, it was, I've never seen anything like it.
Z, are you a pumpkin spice coffee drinker? It sounds like you got something dialed up in there.
I am not. I am not, Ron, at all. I'm not anything pumpkin, to be honest with you. Big water guy.
I'm surprised Rob Dye didn't catch any fish off of that train trestle.
Yeah, that railroad
when it went over. Oftentimes people are like, "Oh God, it's so loud, it's not good for the fish." But any kind of bait fish or, algae or anything on those, bridge pilings will shake off, and those bait fish or whatever feed on it, and bass might fire up. I'm surprised he didn't catch one.
It could be good for a fish.
I was trying to see if the water was vibrating.
Just like Guntersville, already seeing so many different techniques, which I think was cool about the fall swing that we're taking, to see all the different techniques instead of, I hate to say it, typical spring stuff where guys are almost doing the exact same thing. And we talked about it on day one at Guntersville, Tommy. We said, we're going to see a lot new faces throughout the fall that maybe we have not covered or got to see the last few years on the Elite Series. That's exactly what happened at Guntersville, and I think you'll see that this time around.
Yeah, and if you can catch them in these conditions, your face deserves to be seen.
Yes.
That's for sure.
Yes.
Boy, talk about momentum. Randy Sullivan just pulled into first place here with 3 fish.
Wow.
Had his best finish ever at Guntersville.
Yeah.
In an Elite.
One of our new faces in terms of Bassmaster live coverage for sure. Made the best of it.
One. Oh, you got to do something? Okay.
So did Frank Talent.
The top 6 all had their
One more and then
best
I'm leaving.
elite finishes.
That
The
was
top
amazing.
6.
That's amazing.
Wow.
I believe so.
Now you can't say that, Such, and then say I believe so. That's got to be something.
Well, I'm going to look further down.
I'm just kidding. I know we talked about it off camera. I'm busting Such because we already talked about it, and he's correct on that.
Their biggest paychecks.
I think of the top 6, I think 3 years is the longest for any of them on the elites. So that makes sense, but all young in years on the elites, not necessarily young in age.
That was a big deal, man. That was a big thing for Frank Talley and his family. You could feel that throughout the final day of the tournament, but really watching that weigh-in with Dave Mercer and we said, we talked about it on Championship Sunday that tournament was going to change somebody's life. There was a lot of guys at the top, Randy Sullivan, Wes Logan, that's a skyrocket for their career. But that was enormous for Frank Talley, especially with the season he had last year, where we openly said, you wondered, gosh, is Frank going to hang? Is he going to be able to make it doing this?
Well, and it's cool to hear what Stetson Blaylock said to him. Frank gave Stetson some kudos, saying, like, Frank, don't worry about catching him the way everyone else is going to catch him or the way that you think other people will catch him. Catch him the way you can catch him. Let it be what it'll be. And for this year, for Frank being, in the 20s in points instead of the 60s or 70s. But Z, I also felt when I got home Saturday after the event, I just kind of sat there and reflected like I normally do for, the 30 minutes to an hour after the event. And I said, oftentimes in the scheme of things, there's finances that come into play. There's a lot of different things that cloud the whole sport of bass fishing or sports in general with contracts and bigger pro sports contract, all that stuff. It feels like it was more of a lifelong accomplishment rather than a financial transaction. I feel like a lot of tournaments these days where it's like, oh, I got a big payday and I'm happy because of that. But I feel like this last event and the events this season have been life achievements rather than a financial transaction between an organization and an angler,
Especially, I agree with that. Don't get me wrong. The financial stability does not suck.
No.
It's a component for sure. But kind of like Jamie Hartman, not the exact same story as Jamie Hartman, but two guys who've been working really to get here for decades, coming in and getting some good results either the first year, right off the bat for Jamie Hartman, then second year for Frank Talley. It's just, it's good to have the different ages and different guys who've worked different amounts of time to get there doing well.
And really, Tommy, Frank did so good on the opens. You were like, all right, man, let's see what you got. And then we got to see last year where exactly what he said, what you're talking, Stetson passed on to him, man, don't go to these lakes doing what people tell you probably ought to do. And for decades we've talked about this, fish your strength. Fish, if you're a specialist at a bladed jig, man, well, you better go throw a bladed jig.
Birds will flop out of these trees and just go right in the water. It's weird.
But I thought it was very telling to see all the anglers that stuck around for the weigh-in last weekend to watch that weigh-in with Frank Talley and kind of root him up.
Cormorant of some sort, or what?
Very popular winner.
Well, and I'll say this thing to really cap it off. Stetson's quote to Frank is completely true because that's something I learned in college fishing across the country in college is I can't go fish outside of my skill level or baits that I don't know and expect to beat people. I have to do what's comfortable with you. And that's the ability that these younger anglers that are joining the elites, they've learned that lesson through college with competing on a national level around. Whereas when you join maybe middle-aged, you know what's right, but you might not know how to do it as well and you want to force it. But you learn that real quick through the other Bassmaster trails coming up.
Doesn't hurt to have some friends either on the circuit. I wrote a little tidbit on that.
I saw that. It's very good.
And
it was a reciprocal for Frank and
Clark Wendtland and Brad Wadley.
Sure.
And speaking of Clark Wendtland, he's just climbed into our top 10 at 8th, third fish.
AOY leader. Getting it done yet again.
Got a feeling before the end of this, we'll be in Clark's boat in some way.
Oh, yeah.
Chris Haldane hits the Phoenix Boats Big Bass board with a 4.5 pounder.
Looking forward to hearing from Davy Height out on the water. Man, it just being able to been able to fish with Davy for decades now, but to fish with him on this lake, very special. He knows every little nuance on this lake, and I will tell you, I have had my teeth kicked in many, many times by Davy Height. Never, Tommy Sanders, to the beat down that I took with a mop jig on this lake.
That was the ultimate?
No, it was not the ultimate. It was painful.
Well, we got Davy Height, man. He's with us this week on site, which is a great deal for Davy because he's stationed not too far away, and right now he's stationed out on the water. So why don't we take this opportunity to loop in our colleague, the great Davy Height. And Davy, man, one guy who knows his way around is you. So where have you gone and what have you seen so far this morning?
Well, one thing I noticed, by the way, great to be with you, Bobby, Z, Ronnie, guys. It's great to be with you. It's great to be out here on Santee Cooper Lake, a place that's near and dear to my heart, and got a chance to do a Zona show here last year and had a great time with Z here. But so one thing I noticed that I wanted to talk about, as big as this place is, as big as the two lakes are, the swamp area that we've talked so much about, there's standing timber all out in the middle of Lake Marion. There was probably a dozen boats that started with inside of the takeoff dock.
Huh.
And that surprised me. There's always a few boats that stay in there, but I have talked coming into this event about don't make it too big, don't make it so big that you can't fish it all. But there's some guys that evidently had some bites, and they've stayed in Talcott Creek. And I was with Matt Airy early on. He caught 3 keepers, and he's like, I'll probably go to the swamp, I'll probably go somewhere else, but I want to get a few keepers in the box first. So a pretty smart move. On the other hand, there's guys like Patrick Walters. I saw him go out of Talcott Creek, and he was just letting it eat, if I must say so myself. But it's going to be interesting. There's going to be people that are way down on Bass Track today that we'll see jump in 5 or 10 minutes because they'll catch a 7 and maybe a 5 or something like that. But it's going to be very similar to Lake Guntersville. Very, very similar. It's that time of year. Both great fisheries, but it's that time of year. There'll be some anglers that struggle to catch 5 bass a day, but then I totally expect to see over 20 pounds brought to the scales today.
David, do you expect any changes? Of course, we're in the autumn changeover right now. Do you expect that to progress much this week? Or the temperatures, conditions going to kind of keep it suspended right where it is?
Yeah, great question, Tommy. I really thought it was going to get better during the week, just like, in my opinion, at Guntersville. The field got narrower, but the fishing got better. It's cold night. This week is going to be order left storm that we've been and there's on now with Jeff right through here and then preparing that rain. Water level here is so critical because the lakes are really shallow, and if that especially down falls, a couple of fish will appear about it.
Okay, David, a little bit of rough service right where Davy is right now, but we will get him dialed in a little bit later because the Davy information is just, it's solid gold. He is, I know you couldn't hear him there, Z, but we We did not mention that aforementioned beatdown, so you'll be happy.
It was stellar. It went, and Tommy, you know this. Cameraman Wes Miller and Eric Kafka, when they started popping off during the beatdown, is when all the wheels came off. Trust me.
Exploded.
There was some stuff I would love to have aired in that show that we could never air.
Basically, Davey locked you up in a cocoon of horror. Then is that what you're saying?
It was a cocoon of hava.
Bob Downey's been getting a little traction on the Elite Series. He started really slow. He was down in the 70s. AOY last 2 tournaments, 15th at St. Clair and 6th at Gunnerville. He's on the Classic cusp. He's 42nd, right outside the cut line.
Yeah, made the Classic this year. Finished 27th at the Classic. Just barely missed the cut there.
He he didn't win the points. He won a Central Open at Grand Lake, punching his ticket to the Classic, through the Opens and then qualifying for the Elites as well.
It's close again. A little movement. He'll do it this year.
Impressive young angler. All kinds of impressive anglers of all ages out there today that we're spending all day with here on Bassmaster Live. Starting to get a sense of a few fish getting dialed in here, seeing a few more going into the live wells. Those unique Santee Cooper largemouth bass. We expect things as Mark Zona's pointed out, we get those shadows a little more well-defined on some of our more prominent targets. Maybe we're going to see things tighten up a little bit. Randy Sullivan, the Texan, who had such a great week last week at Lake Guntersville. Really affable guy. Enjoyed watching him at work for the last 3 days of that tournament. Shane LeHue, Jake Whitaker, Kyle Welker, Brandon Card rounding out our top 5. We got plenty more to come here on Bassmaster.
The Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is being brought to you live by Berkeley. The Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is brought to you by Humminbird, Mercury, Minn Kota, and by Talon.
Great shot of Marion Lake. It's so vast, it's known as the Inland Sea. Here in the Palmetto State of South Carolina, Clarendon County. Our host community. Randy Sullivan, the Texan, on top of our leaderboard right now, just under 10 pounds of bass. There's one of our Louisiana anglers that we're keeping our eyes on, the similarities of this lowlands environment here. And the Southwest Louisiana, very, very similar. And of course, we're thinking about people in Southwest Louisiana. The poor people around Lake Charles are battening down for another beating that they're going to take from yet another hurricane. Tyler Rivette in second place.
Frank Talley's up there in third.
Yeah, hooked up live now, we understand. One of the favorites going in, Buddy Gross. Bonus coverage for you, just being able to watch. Another look at this keeper coming in for the man Chickamauga.
So weird seeing him with a spinning rod in his hand. I didn't know he owned spinning rods.
No
Come
doubt.
on now.
We will get to talk to Buddy. B&W Trailer Hitch is on the line, and Buddy, nice keeper, 2 of them in the live well today, and everyone in the studio says, look at Buddy Gross with that spinning rod in his hand. What do you have to say with that?
I'm gonna tell you, man's got to do what he's got to do this time of year to get a limit, and then we can go swing and go fishing. But right now, I'm just pitching in a few shallow brush piles, trying to get caught up with a limit, and then we're gonna go fish some deeper stuff, try to get us a big one today. I think later in the day, the later it gets, the better it's gonna get for what I'm wanting to do. So I think we got a shot today to have a good bag. It's just gotta have a few stars line up. So far, it acts like it may do that.
Hey, Buddy, if you can, real quick, dial us in on how your practice was here on Santee Cooper.
Okay. My first day, I went fishing on the trees and only caught one fish, but it was a big one. And I fished for a few hours without any more bites. So I had come down and pre-practice and marked some brush, and I went out and started fishing it, and it didn't take long. I started catching multiple 4-pounders, and I just quit, and I spent the next 2 days pretty much looking for more. So I made a big gamble that I'm going to catch them out of brush. If I don't, I might be in trouble.
Buddy, a lot of these anglers who were looking forward to catching them out of brush said they would really be helped if that water would continue to drop. Is that the way you see it playing out during the course of this week?
Yes, sir. The more it drops, the more they're coming. I'm fishing the first places off this morning, just off of where they've been up in the shallow water. And I've seen a lot of fish chasing my bait today. I haven't seen a lot of fish around the brush, but I'm just not getting the bites yet. So I'm hoping it changes as the sun gets higher.
Buddy, not to fast forward to next week. Know you're looking forward to Chickamauga. Are we going to be able to see a frogfish catch from you next week, please?
I'm hoping, like 100% hoping so, but everywhere that I've done good in the past few years down there, the grass is not there. So I'm going to have to find it in new places this time for sure.
Buddy, when people talk about going out and catching them a little bit deeper, what does deeper mean in terms of Santee Cooper?
I've caught them as deep as 19 feet this week.
All right.
But I caught some giant crappie out there too, though, so the crappie might be taking it over. But for all the crappie guys, that's where they're at right now, because I'm talking about a 1-ounce spinner bait and caught some 3-pound crappie this week.
Hey, buddy, thanks for taking a minute to fill us in on what's going on. Buddy Gross out there, winner already this 2020 season at Lake Eufaula. Of course, look back at that win. First time ever for the Bassmaster Elite Series to venture onto Lake Eufaula, and it turned out to be a wonderland. And like Buddy was talking here, a wonderland of brush piles.
Absolutely, one of the best final day performances that we've seen on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and one of those tournaments, Tommy, I think it's fair to say, we wanted it to be close at the end, and you were kind of like, will he hold that trophy? Absolutely. Kind of stunned every one of us in studio.
27 pounds and 11 ounces was just so off the charts, even for a great tournament like that one right there. So Buddy Gross, one of the big stars of the first half, or actually the second half of the season, once we were able to get going again.
Was that this year?
That was this year.
Second half of the calendar season, first half of the tournament season, yes.
Yeah,
still.
yeah.
Well, how about a big fish? Brandon Cobb added with a 5+, and Mr. Carl Jacobson has taken our lead. He's got a 5-pounder, a 4-pounder, and a 3-pounder.
Wow.
Man, oh man.
They must be biting a glide bait. I'm just kidding. We did see Steve Kennedy catch a big catfish on a glide bait, a big swim bait this week.
Been a while since we checked in with Shane Lineberger. Had a couple of keepers in the boat earlier.
Yeah. Feels so good down there.
Excuse me, one keeper.
Shane Lineberger, one of the anglers, had said he was going to, just like we heard Buddy Gross say, he's going to keep a couple areas offshore honest throughout day one here. Saw Shane start shallow earlier this morning.
I'm curious among our top 10 who will have the least number of fish.
Yeah, that little, that's a little True South B-twin buzz bait. It's just got a little pink toad on it. I don't know if the pink really matters or not. It's just one of those things that I had tied on from home. Come out here and threw it around the first day and caught some good ones on it. I mean, I did catch one about 3 pounds on it this morning and a short fish, but I don't know if, you know, how long that bite will last with the sun. You know, we had 2 days of practice that were cloudy till around lunchtime both days, and they were both good days for topwater. And this morning, man, that sun is blazing already at 9 o'clock.
It's our AFCO Taste the Bait. We got to see Shane Leinberger starting this morning with a buzz bait. I believe he's looking at that buzz bait right there. But really, Shane has a kind of a
There's when you know it's
approach
fall.
right now.
You see that water ducks up there flying?
AFCO Taste the Bait with Shane Leinberger. Buzz baiting early this morning. Said he's going to keep a couple humps honest.
This
And he
place
said, boy,
used
if
to
that
be
does
one
not.
of the top duck hunting destinations in the southeast.
But like Cliff Prince, he said, I will definitely keep the docks on Lake Marion honest here on day one. You do not get many bites. You don't take many shots on the docks, but good ones definitely to be caught. And we've seen that before when we've covered events here, Tommy.
Is there good selection of boat docks there? I mean, are they pretty numerous on the lake? As much so as Gunnersville?
Yeah, no, more so, definitely more so on Marion. But that I got to hear this. There was some 5 to 7.5 pound fish caught off the docks here in Pratt. Probably, I heard Such talk about it. Probably fish these guys did not want to stick, earlier in practice. But there is quality to be had. The problem is getting 5 keeper bites on them.
Oh, don't.
Good look at that watercolor with Rob Dye way up Lake Marion.
Davy told us he was a little concerned about a lot of the runoff from recent rains coming into Marion.
Today anyway, the wind's not blowing too bad
this week. Apparently some of that's still hanging around.
I don't think we're going to be so fortunate tomorrow.
Polar opposite right now when you get down on Moultrie. Very, very clear water down there. And I think that's why you're not seeing it. I really don't know if we have more than 5 guys down in Moultrie right now.
And guess who's the furthest down there?
Carl?
All the way across. Steve Kennedy.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's one of the guys that I believe broke 100 in 2006 here.
Uh-huh.
He had the century mark in his
6
rookie
anglers.
year.
You're just foreshadowing the next year, Ronnie. With his century, first century belt.
Yeah. He got to participate in the Century Club at Santee in 06, and then he got to take the record for a brief time in 07 before handing it over in 08.
Yeah, Preston Clark said it here, 115 pounds, 15 ounces.
I think
and 6 anglers.
Steve had 122 and change at Clear Lake.
Clear Lake.
Then Falcon was 132.
Yeah, Santee Cooper's is record-setting fisheries.
Yeah, this is the highest weight in the Century Club for a lake east of the Mississippi. Like everything else was Texas or California.
Wow.
But Gunnersville, I believe, Gunnersville's 100, been 100. Okeechobee, and then Santee, and Santee's the highest of them all at 115.15.
Yeah.
The 11th highest weight.
We were watching those shows, just Preston Clark saying that fish just keep coming in. Of course, it's spring.
Wow.
Some more bonus coverage for you here. B&W Trailer Hitches on the line. There he is.
Oh,
Our
yes.
Angler of the Year leader, Clark Wendtland. So, Clark, tell us how your day's gone so far.
Well, so far it's not bad, really. I mean, I've caught 3 keepers, not big ones by any means, but I like what I'm doing here, man. This place is cover everywhere. It's gigantic. I hadn't seen a boat today. I mean, and that's pretty unusual. When we're fishing a tournament, you guys know. I mean, usually we'll end up crowding around, but this is pretty awesome.
Clark, tell us about your practice here, and if there's a common denominator of the trees you're getting bit off of, what is it?
See, there's really probably not a common denominator to me. It's an area. I got a lot of bites in this area in practice, and then I just got out of there. I couldn't stand just sitting in there getting bites, and so but it was a big area. So to me, I just decided, you can't move around here very easily. And the main reason you can't move around is this lake's just too big. I mean, where are you going to go? It may take you an hour just to get someplace else. And so, my game plan is I'm in this area. I'm just fishing trees. I'm throwing a square bill for the most part because I'm the most comfortable doing that. I've caught one flipping and a couple on a crankbait, and I'm just going.
Clark, you've had magical years, man, as far as Angler of the Year titles throughout your career. And you know in those years when you're everything's coming together. Is this, do you got, and I know you always say you don't think about it. I call B.S. on that. Is this one of those years you're feeling it every event?
I mean, really, I'm feeling good fishing. Everything's going well. I don't know. There's pressure. You know what I mean. I mean, there's so much pressure with this, and I mean, we might as well not even act like it's not a thing. It's definitely a thing. I mean, when you're leading, there's just a lot of pressure that goes along with it, and it's similar to fishing your home lake. Everybody's expecting you to win now because you got the lead. What I realize is I've just got to fish. I've got to fish as good as I can fish. It's still going to take a lot more fish to win Angler of the Year. I can assure you that much. And but so far so good. I fished well so far.
Clark, of course, the first time since 2006 the Elite Series has been here. A lot of these anglers don't have a big wealth of experience on Santee Cooper. How many guys are going to suffer from that? How important is it to have been here a few times and caught them a few times here?
I don't really know, Tommy. I mean, we've never fished here this time of year, obviously. So, I mean, there's not much history really to go with. The only thing and I've only fished here one time in all my years, and it was way back. I think it was an invitational because I drew Denny Brower. Davey and I were talking about the other day, and Davey actually won the tournament. But I remember nothing. 25 years ago, I mean, come on. I mean, I've fished so many tournaments since then. I could remember nothing. So I came over here 2 days. I didn't hardly fish at all, but I just learned how to run around. Being able to get around this place is critical. And Patrick Walters gave me a few tips, just told me, hey, you can run here, you can't run there. That's huge. I mean, Patrick Walters, I know you guys are covering him today. I mean, he's a local here. He knows what he's doing. It wasn't fishing information I got from him. It was just, hey, you can run there. You're not going to tear your stuff up right there, or at least more than likely not going to. So, I mean, I appreciate that. That's what you need.
Hey, Clark, I've said this, you're a sneaky monkey on and off the water when we cover you at times. Why are you being so quiet? Do you just not want other anglers to hear where you're at right now?
Well, I mean, you just don't know who's around the next bush. I mean, seriously, you can't see anything. You can see about 50 yards, and that's about it. So, yeah, you just don't know who's there. I mean, Patty told me the same thing in practice. I was being real quiet. I mean, I'm not trying to be sneaky, but I'm just, if I'm going to sit there and say what I'm catching them on, I'll tell you guys, but I'm not going to tell the guy in the boat.
Well, Clark, we'll keep it on the down low. Thank you for filling us in on what's going on. Love that. Love a chance to visit with Clark Wendtland, our AOY leader right there. Love watching his season unfold the way he has. And he caught him early and often, starting at the St. Johns River.
Absolutely, Tommy Sanders. And we talk about Clark Wendtland has had some magical years in his career. And you could see it. I mean, this is the start. And Tommy, after the St. Johns River, you could see that snowball really caught fire here on Lake Eufaula in a tournament that, in all honesty, after day 2, we were looking potentially for Clark Wendtland to blow this tournament away.
Oh, yeah. Clark Wendtland is one of those guys, one of his strengths, he catches them when it's a slugfest. He catches them when it's a death march, basically. He's just been around and done so much that he knows how to adapt to good conditions and bad.
Absolutely. Clark Wendtland with an amazing run, really in a whole northern swing. And the tournament that we thought he might do the best, Lake Champlain, was his worst campaign up north. But I will tell you, Clark Wendtland is a shallow water smallmouth guy, and this northern swing is when we got to see Clark Wendtland really shine a lot deeper with his electronics than smallmouth tournaments in years past.
He did. He had the just barely missing the cut there at Champlain. Again, like, as you say, the only blemish on his season here. But man, he holds his own when he goes up north.
Boy, had a tough start at Guntersville and got a little assistance from the winner, Frank Talley.
That might have been his pivotal tournament. Absolutely.
Played out on stage thanking one another. Showing great respect, Talley did for Clark Wendtland.
Fishing right outside of St. Clair Metro, and that exact spot definitely had potential to win the event. Kind of petered out a little bit on the final day of the tournament. It's interesting where you see his boat right there. There has been 50 to 100 boats there ever since that event that we had at Lake St. Clair.
Well, he's got Santee Cooper, he's got another Tennessee River event, and then he gets to go to his home state of Texas, Lake Fork, to wrap up the regular season. So Clark Wendtland, boy, what great prospects he has. And Lake Guntersville, yeah, what a great performance. After falling off the pace just a little bit, first couple of days, reeling it back in and keeping himself in fine shape in that AOY race.
Yeah, and I looked at that day one. We got to talk about it last week. That it did not look good on paper. It didn't really look that good in the standings. Not having a bass till about 10:30 a.m. on day number one, salvaging the day and really salvaging that whole tournament.
Well, it's one of the two most coveted by far of all the awards in the sport of bass fishing, Angler of the Year. And one more look at that arc for 2020. Clark Wendtland's been a difficult year for everybody. Clark Wendtland has certainly been on the ball each and every time around. He has held that lead for a long time up against a very talented field of anglers out there. So Clark Wendtland. Take a look at that leaderboard right now as we talk about the talent that resides there in that top 10. And you see Taku Ito, the rookie sensation, Seth Fighter. Good tournament last week at Guntersville. Scott Canterbury, last year's champion over the last two events, has gone from outside the top 10 to very much a part of the conversation. Corey Johnston, the Canadian, Micah Frazier, Paul Mueller, who won the first event of the year. They're all in there. We'll be all back after this break.
The Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is being brought to you live by Berkeley. You're watching the Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes, being brought to you live by Berkeley.
Full field out there, getting a full dose of the Santee Cooper Lakes. Marion and Moultrie, this first day of 4 days of fishing. This Bassmaster Elite here, 7th lead event of the year. And Austin Felix has now made his way to the top in a strong way. 14 pounds for a 2-pound lead over Carl Jochimson, who distinguished himself, taking over that lead with a couple of big fish in the boat there. Texan Randy Sullivan, great event for him. Last week, Jake Whitaker up in the Charlotte area, just across the border. But North Carolina, in 4th place. Southwest Louisiana's Tyler Rivette in there, rounding out our top 5. Actually, Brian Snowden having tied Tyler Rivette right there. So things getting tightening up. A tight leaderboard with a lot of changes. That's become standard operating procedure. Well, first event this year, we've had Mark Zona join us from the Northern HQ of Bass Live.
Yes.
Seems to be going pretty good. Sounds
it's
good.
Working out pretty well, Tommy Sanders. And in all honesty, the tournament, like I said, on day one, especially on a lake that we've not been to in the fall, we're feeling our way through it just like the anglers and the viewers are here on day one. And the major thing that I think, we talked about it at Guntersville, is how critical one bass could be. And I think you're going to actually see that amplified here on Santee Cooper, where you have the big potential of a 6 to 8 pound bite. I think we're going to see probably the most major lead or standings changes throughout this event than any other tournament that we've covered this whole season.
Boy, that's saying something. And we look back on this extraordinary 2020 season. Of course, also in the studio here, Ronnie Moore, whom I spied
just absolutely plowing a bowl of cereal over there at his position. What kind of cereal was it?
Oh, it was actually like this pumpkin type cake deal. It was like a dessert / breakfast thing. I don't know, but it was really good. Somebody dropped it off at our house.
All right, we got more. Got some great images for
yes,
you.
and it's not fantasy related, actually reality related. And Z, you mentioned it, those key fish, 1 or 2 fish that will make an angler's tournament or their day, whether that puts them in the lead or just gets them to day 2 in survival time. And we've got a couple of those photos in, a couple game changers already this morning. Brandon Card with a topwater 6+ pounder that he put in bass track there. And then also Jake Whitaker with a 5 1/2 pounder. He always goes low, so I'd expect that to be maybe a little heavier than that on bass track. Also been on a topwater deal, and we've seen that a couple of the guys like Lineberger throwing a pink buzzbait or a buzzbait with a pink toad on it. Some of those fish. So there's some key ones that have been caught this morning already. Taku Ito with the one we saw. We got to Skype with him as well, and Clark Wendtland, our Angler of the Year leader. But Z, with those guys catching those big fish, we're not going to get to see them as readily available as we normally would. Not many marshals out there this week. We decided to pull back from a full field of marshals based on COVID and whatnot, keeping our anglers safe, maintaining the restrictions that we need to do to host our events. So we're going to have here and there, but the anglers are doing their best to send them in, and we're also going to see them out on the water with cameras every day.
Good stuff. Great pictures from on the lake at the Santee Cooper Lakes, Moultrie and Marion. Let's take this opportunity to sort of reset with our hummingbird lay of the lake right there. And Z, we see the way our field stretches out, and it's been reported earlier by Sucha, Steve Kennedy, the farthest down in Lake Moultrie.
Exactly right, and it looks like there's only about 5 anglers really down on Moultrie that really, they have about 60,000 acres of water. So here's the thing, they have free reign right now of Lake Moultrie, kind of being a little bit ignored in this tournament so far as you go up the diversion canal into Lake Marion, a massive playing field. But we're seeing a lot of the usual players, a lot of the areas that local folks said in this tournament, 110,000 acres of Lake Marion. A lot of those local folks said it's just more consistent. You've got more watercolor up here right now. And as you get up past that I-95 ridge, that's where you are going to find a pile of our anglers. It looks like they're grouped up, and you said it, Tommy Sanders. They're really not. You look at all of those anglers right there around Jack's Creek, stuff like that. They're really not even within sight of each other. And I thought it was really cool listening to Clark Wendtland as you get up into the swamp here on Lake Marion. Really has the entire area to himself, even though, like we said, it looks like these guys are on top of each other. But a lot of the usual players on Lake Marion are playing again as you get up the river system.
Such a treat to be able to come here again. We haven't been here since 2006 with the Bassmaster Elite Series. Yet, these 2 lakes rank consistently the very top tier of bass fishing destinations in the southeast United States, and that's saying a lot because there are plenty of those.
I thought one thing that was amazing was Clark Wendtland. You know, you heard about how tough practice was. We're seeing a lot of that right now with, these 2 anglers, Bob Downey and Shane Lineberger. Things not really going, according to schedule. But Clark Wendtland it was great to hear. He said, man, I got a lot of bites in this area throughout practice.
Yeah, it's been said by everyone, no matter how they thought this tournament would play out, that there's going to be some brutal days. Maybe everyone gets one of those during the course of these 4 days here, but there's going to be some way shy of a limit performances all up and down the field.
Brandon Card back at the top 5 with his second fish. He's got our biggest one of the day, a 6 1/4. He put in, and Brandon Palnick with a 6-pounder jumped in our top 10.
Wow.
And this is crazy, Z. Brandon Palnick, 8th place, 7.5 pounds. Tyler Rivette and Brian Snowden tied for 8 pounds. They got their limit. Brandon Palnick only has 2 fish.
Right. Yes, I think we're going to see a lot of that throughout this tournament. This tournament, as a lot of people have said, it's going to be like Guntersville. It's really not going to be, because you're going to see those wicked shift changes with one bite here. We're really at Guntersville. We did not see a lot of 5-pound or better bites. I think you're going to see a lot more of that. In fact, guys, I'm going to rewind and challenge some of our viewers. We did the how many bags over 20, Ron Moore, how many bags over 20 pounds would we see on day one? And then we did that throughout the week. Curious to know what you guys are thinking here, friends.
Perhaps Ron should take the lead there.
Why? Because I'm going to get it wrong, Tommy? Is that what you want me to get it wrong first?
No, to set the standard. Set the standard running.
Ah, man.
Davey hinted that at all.
No, he didn't.
Pre-tournament.
He said, there could be a 29-pound bag, but he
Right.
didn't tell me how many 20-pound bags.
And then
no,
the
I
next
don't
day,
know.
half of that.
I could see there being 5. You know, I had something. I feel like there's the opportunity for more, but until you get somebody over 15 pounds, you don't know that they're going to get over 15 pounds, right now. But you can hope and believe.
Well, we didn't see that at Gunnersville. Too many guys catch 2 of the lunkers, the 2 5+ or whatever, but they would have been way, way, way ahead of the game. And here we already got a couple guys who were, Carl's even a 5 and a 4 and a 3, and he gets another 6 and a 5. He's over 20. I'm saying in between 12 and 15.
In between 12 and 15. I'm gonna go 7.
Wow, just a one more than me. Thank you, Tommy.
No, 2 more.
Price is right.
I'm going to go 4.
Okay. So we have 4, 6, 7, and 12 to 15.
Let me do the Price is Right. The 8.
Okay. No.
Suits, you went big. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. I mean, just a couple giant lunkas.
Yes. Yeah. I'd like to see these 8-pounders come in.
I
left
do
and right.
love.
Well, you saw some in the practice and the social media. Some 7s and 8s. Now the conditions, is the water going down? The weather's going to be stable for the first couple days.
Yeah, except for a little bit of rain on Sunday. I mean, it's going to be kind of like last week, just a beautiful October weather. Bob Downey struggling a little bit today so far, but
Mr. Robert Downey.
Robert Downey is as reminded,
Seth
that's
Fighter.
his full name.
Yeah, Seth Fighter. I want to make that known.
I think it was Craig Lamb that did a photo gallery talking to a lot of our anglers at the boat ramp here at Santee Cooper.
The Dock Talk.
The Dock Talk. I think there was quite a few guys that said they had pretty darn good practices in that gallery.
Yeah. Drew Cook being one of them, maybe the most pumped up.
Buddy Gross said one.
Buddy Gross, right?
I was really kind of sad to see the Drew Cook positive practice thing because I had a sneaky fantasy pick. He wasn't picked that high, so I picked him, and then it was like doubled overnight. It went from like 3 to 6% or 4 to 8%. I was like, wow, man, Doc Talk.
That is a disappointment.
Curious to see Buddy Gross's percentage of fantasy fishing fans next week on Chickamauga if it will exceed 99%. Tell me, I find this interesting about Bob Downey. Talking to him yesterday, and it kind of amazed me. He's a Wisconsin, Mississippi River guy, grew up not that far from Seth, around Minneapolis, considers his home body of water now the Mississippi River. And I said, living in Wisconsin, I said, you big Green Bay Packers fan? He said 100% no.
Whoa.
Yeah.
No.
Vikes.
Yes, which made me a big fan of Bob Downey yesterday. Hey, we got a big night tonight. Big night tonight.
I don't know if it'll be big for you. I don't know if that'll be big for you or not.
Yeah.
No, I don't think it's going to end well. I really feel like the Bears are going to get carved up by Father Time.
No.
Father Tom? Father Time?
Father Time.
Same guy.
Yeah.
Is that in Chicago or in Tampa?
I don't know where it is, but I got a feeling.
Yeah, what is Tampa?
Tampa Bay. Instead of Tampa Bay, it's for Tom Brady. It's Tampa Bay.
I thought maybe you were talking about some neutral site they may have moved it to.
I'm predicting a little bit of a somber vibe tomorrow morning in Northern HQ.
Hey, but y'all have your guy now.
It's in Chicago.
No, we don't. No, we don't.
There was some initial enthusiasm.
Yeah. I think y'all have your starter, and after the first quarter, you have your guy who can come in for the second through fourth. But if the second through fourth starts, he's no good. And if the first quarter guy plays all game, he's no good either.
I don't want this to sound the wrong way. I'm hoping to lose out.
Okay. Undefeated 3-0 to losing out. Okay.
Yep.
My Cardinals are beating you to it. And we went 2-0 and 0-2, so happy about that. Super stoked.
Bob Downey did say said he had the worst practice of his season this week here on Santee. Got on a little bit of something late yesterday, right around our takeoff. But was going to spend the rest of the day really around Jack's doing exactly this. He said, but look, man, I am not getting a lot of bites at all.
One that might keep for Bob.
14 is the size limit this week.
Yep.
Bob Downey coming off a great top 6 finish. Gunnersville last week. Got something to show you. Patrick Walter's service is a little sketchy here, but hooked up.
From the last one still. God, he felt huge. He felt huge.
See if he can go back to back with his first spot. He caught one and then went back to back. Maybe if he found a pod of them fishing a little bit different than you fish at Santee, just a little off the bank.
It's 14. That's what I thought I was going to catch out here. I was kind of surprised by that first one. Oh my God, they're right there in front of the boat. I need a drop shot.
that was not a keeper. We are informed did not make the 14-inch length limit.
Looks like he saw something on his graph where some fish followed that one to the boat.
So he's still stuck on 3 fish
God,
for
they're
just under
dancing on
6.
I mean dancing on it, son. That don't get you fired up. I mean, come on. A little one, but hey, you just gotta enjoy life, you know? Oh, he's short. He's a short little guy. Maybe not, maybe not. Hold tight. All right. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's 5. Look at that sucker. Look at that sucker, how big he is. He's so big. Gotta start somewhere, always. See that Tokyo rig fish? Son, crouched. Oh, Z. Carl Jr. Get you fired up.
He's having a time.
We gotta go after some bigs now. God, I hit the hook. I thought it was a hammer. I thought it was a hammer.
Limit fish gives him 7 3/4 and puts him back right in 10th place.
Yeah, Limit Fish has him a little keyed up right now.
Yeah, that's shaking at a right. 1.3 pound average. That's keyed up. That's admirable.
One thing that does allow him now, he's got a limit, day 1, local place. He knows it better than anybody. Now he can kind of just settle in. He's done at least the minimum he can do and now catch some bigger ones or catch more.
Might be a little better one there.
Gosh, they're not big ones, but those fish are so critical right now. And to have areas that you are able to catch keeper size fish, and it looks like, obviously he has set the hook a lot more than anybody we've covered today. Mm-hmm. That is enormous going into the rest of this tournament, to where you can catch 5 and just settle in. That part is similar to last week.
A little glimpse of Rob Dye there. Now back to Bob Downey.
Kakuitu's not doing too bad. He's got 3 fish for 7 pounds. He's 12th place.
Yeah, I was talking to Davy yesterday. We were wondering, all of us, we always do this when we go to a lake that is definitely rural, you know. Santee Cooper, a lot like Sam Rayburn, where you have sketchy, really sketchy service. And Santee probably as much sketchy service as any lake we go to. And Davy said, heck, man, that's what makes it good. There's nobody around it.
Yeah. Here's your rules of the game if you're just picking up with us here. First of 4 days we're in the middle of right now. We'll cut from 85 to 40 after tomorrow's weigh-in. 10 anglers fishing on the final day.
Of them, if you can, but sometimes they get so key.
Notice Patrick Walters has definitely stayed on the bottom end of Marion. That is one thing he said he would do, but very close, either in that diversion canal or close to the mouth of it so far this morning, and just finishing out his limit.
Patrick had a little more, otherwise an exemplary season again in his second season. Had a little slow going up north. He only made 1 cut in our northern swing. That was Champlain. Finished 32nd in the Classic this year. Down he hooked up.
Short fish. Dang.
Boy, keeper.
Looks like it was over there for a second.
Kind of hard to tell. It's
right there. Settle.
Gonna wait for that fish to maybe just let up a little bit.
Yeah, he
got
went.
it to touch. Got it to touch.
Our 40th angler on Bass Track with a fish. Right at the cut spot.
Like we mentioned, no marshals. We have a couple people running around Bassmaster staff-wise Skyping some anglers. So if you see why some anglers don't have marshals but they have a Skype feed, that is why. But thankful to all the anglers who have adapted during this different protocol time and put in Bass Track themselves and send in blog photos. They just understand we got to continue to move on.
And again, we'll have a lot of mystery at the weigh-in for the guys who couldn't figure it out or didn't get their phone to connect to the Bass
you just
Track.
get busy and you don't update. And
sometimes you don't want to update.
And well, there's that.
Really not much mystery into figuring it out, Such, so I'm not going to buy that excuse.
Little bit scary for Cliff Prince that he's already gone to the cypress trees, because he said he was going to more than likely live on boat docks all day long, and that has not played so far this morning.
Cliff 50 years old, Palatka, Florida, 9th year as an elite. Great start this year, top 5, in fact, 4th place. His home water is St. John's River.
Big comeback that final day, too. He didn't start anywhere near 4th, but jumped up. And they said, hey, if Cliff Prince had another half a day, Paul Mueller wouldn't be our champion.
Austin Felix, though, the man on top. Good season. Well, Jochimson picked up his first win with the Bassmaster Elite Series last year, kind of around this time, at a very different looking place, Lake Tenkiller in eastern Oklahoma. Andy Sullivan, Texas, Shane LaHue, Brandon Polinick in our top 10 solidly now. We'll take a break and be right back.
The Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is being brought to you live by Berkeley. The Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is brought to you by Abu Garcia, Berkeley, Nitro Boats, and by Ranger Boats.
We're back still in the morning hours of day 1 coverage of 4 days of fishing 2020 Bassmaster Elite at the Santee Cooper Lakes. Very legendary place for bass fishing. We got a new leader. Check it out. Wow. Carl Jochimson now with 19. He's got a 7-pounder. He just put up on the leaderboard there to go with his 5-pounder. And the remainder of his, there were really only 4 fish. Doesn't even have a limit yet. So Carl Jochimson, who just a year ago, right about this time, notched his first Bassmaster Elite Series win. I think we'll just refer to him as Mr. October until we have a reason not to do that. But for right now, Carl setting the pace and, man, jumping out to a 5-pound lead over Austin Felix. Man, big.
He needs a 6-pounder for a straight flush. He's got a 3-pounder, a 4, a 5-0, and a 7-0. He needs that 6-0 inside the flush. Straight, I mean, straight.
All right. Let's take it out right now to our associate, Davy Height. There he is. And, Davy, we just got word of Carl Jochimson putting a 7-pounder in the boat. He's almost got 19 pounds. And we might as well start by asking you, how many 20-pound bags are we going to have this time?
Gosh, that's tough. I'm going to say average 2 a day, so that's 8 for the week.
Okay. So today, maybe how many will we see?
I'm gonna say 3 today, maybe a little more today, but 8 for total. But I think we'll see 3. It's just so hard to predict that because one bite makes all the difference in the world. And something that I noticed at takeoff, there was a lot of our field that started really close to takeoff. I could see some of them just leave the takeoff dot when Dave Mercer called their name and just go right over to the other side of the creek. Some went a mile out, a mile in, that sort of thing. And then once I got out on the main lake, there were quite a few anglers, just a few miles up or downstream from Talcall Creek there. But now I'm upriver, up on Lake Marion, about at the 95 bridge, and I've seen a lot of those. I don't say a lot, but percentage-wise, 30 or 40% of those anglers running up the lake, going up into the swamp area, the river, the headwaters of Lake Marion. And I think that's probably a smart move. A lot of these anglers didn't get a lot of bites in practice, and we talked about that, but had a few big bites. And some of these guys, I just saw Drew Cook go by. I talked to him. He had, a good many bites, but I think a lot of these anglers wanted to get 3, 4, maybe even the 5-fish limit in the boat before they go to an area where they've had some of those bigger bites, which is smart. But I don't know if someone that tries to play it safe like that will be able to win. I think the person that wins will be someone that just fishes for those 5 bites and someone that's able to do that. We'll also see some people that'll probably stumble because they try to do that and really roll the dice a little harder.
Davey, looking at our Humminbird lay of the lake, obviously Lake Marion has the majority of the field. Tell the folks at home this time of year, not spring, not March and April, the difference in Marion and Moultrie this time of year and why it's so dominated right now with anglers in Marion compared to Mulch.
Well, typically, most of these fisheries, most of these man-made reservoirs, the fishing is better upstream in the fall of the year. We saw that last week with Frank Talley and some of those anglers. Clark Wendtland transitioned to fishing a little more up there, and
Well, we just had Davy freeze up on us there, so got some good stuff from Davy, and kind of sizing it up. What's happening right now on the lake, which is very, very interesting. And what did you think of his opinion, Z, that if these guys who are trying to do a catch 5 and then go hunting your big 5 bites, Davy didn't think much of that plan, did he?
You know, it sure feels good when you got 5 fish in the boat, especially in this time of year situation. But we're obviously seeing in our top 10 the guys that have foregone just going after keepers and gone after that better than average bite. And you guys know this. No matter what, Carl Jacobson's an all-in angler. We see Carl a lot at when he hits, he can hit big, but he can also miss. Davy Height was one of those anglers throughout his career, but this could be one of those tournaments that gets, magical for Carl. I'm curious to know how many fantasy fishing fans picked Carl in this tournament. I'm very curious to know what that is. And Tommy Sanders, you know what time it is up here in the Northern HQ, don't you?
Well, now that I hear that music, I do. Yeah. Would you like to explain it?
Well, my friend, it's already been a very interesting day one here on Santee Cooper. Somebody doing something totally different, and that is one of the great things about tournaments in the fall. We've already seen anglers fishing boat docks, cypress trees, flipping a lot of the hyacinth mats. That is not the case right now. Patrick Walters starting in the diversion canal, being a little bit sneaky this morning. Back-to-back fish catches. Very curious to see if young Patrick Walters decides to live in that section in between Lakes Marion and Moultrie. Patrick Walters, so far today, my friend, you are the power pole replay of the day with a limit in the boat here on day number 1. Power pole replay of the day, young Patrick Walters.
Very good, thank you.
Carl Jacobson, for your information, Z-Train, 4.5%. A little bit lower than we thought, but he's coming off a good finish at Guntersville. Like Tommy coined him in commercial, he might be Mr. October.
Yeah. You know what's weird is I always think about how Carl's one of the nicest guys that we cover. I said, ooh, this is going to be one of those shallow. Look, when we see Carl Jacobson, a lot of times he does well offshore, and I thought, this one could bite you. Well, leading the tournament, I know nothing about our end.
He's Group D, right, Ronnie?
He is Group D. He likes those tough tournaments, though, and that's what Patrick likes. Patrick Walters right there, hovering over him, likes those tougher, he doesn't mind catching big ones, but when it's not easy to catch big ones on a good fishery, like a good fishery fishing tough, that's what Patrick Walters likes. That's what Carl Jacobson likes.
Back at the Patrick Walters Live.
Boy, it just seems like Patrick's fishing a different tournament than the rest of the guys that we're covering so far here today. And what he's throwing right there, 1 ounce spinnerbait, he felt was the X factor for this event to catch the biggest ones in the system.
I don't know what he's got a hold of here.
Thought I was hung that whole time. And then it got hung. Old aggravator. Pulled that old big spinnerbait.
Yeah, that's a better than measure fish for sure.
He'll have some small ones in there. He just, for that catch, had 5 for 7.12.
You got 2 1-pounders.
Well, he did say if that spinnerbait bite fires, he said that is the way to catch a huge stringer this time of year.
Got a big fish, Chad Morgan Taylor, 5.5-pounder. Heard a lot from him last week in our top 10. Kyle Welcher's back inside, tied for 5th. Corey Johnson jumped into 4th place with 4 fish.
Oh, he was throwing a spoon on that one.
About that.
And Z, Davey mentioned it, we talked about it, catching 5 or catching big ones going after that. At Santee, you don't necessarily have to throw something completely different to catch either. You could just go out and throw a wacky rig and catch big ones. Just, the baits that you have in play, if you want to catch a bunch on a frog, that's a way to catch a big bite, but here you can do both without trying.
Absolutely. And I not to put it in a simple way, you can also just dumb into a big one on this body of water.
And I mean, when I say stopped it,
Dumb into it?
Right. I mean, you're going along and you look at Bernie Schultz right now, what he's doing. You go along and you're getting keeper bites, and then all of a sudden you just throw at one of those magical trees or docks. It's weird. Like when I was there and I was fishing with Patrick and I fished with Davey, you never knew when the boogeyman was coming on this lake, if that makes sense. You throw at 1,000 things that look good, because here's the thing, this whole body of water looks good. Everything looks good, and it was really hard to predict, like, okay, get ready, guys, roll tape, we're going to catch a big one. It seemed like it just magically, and don't get me wrong, we were there at the right time of year, but I think we're going to see that throughout this entire tournament, to where a big one not only surprises all of us covering this tournament, but equally surprises the angler that catches it.
Makes Hank Cherry's statement, they're everywhere and they're nowhere, a little more sense now.
Absolutely. And that's what amazed me when I was there. We'd go through a stretch of trees, and I don't catch 2 or 3 that were, 15, 16 inches. Boom, you'd catch a 7-pounder. And I guess what I'm saying is it was so hard to know when that boogeyman was showing up.
No rhyme, no reason, huh?
Yes.
Now, Z, when you guys fished, I don't know if you did multiple laps of the same good areas, but it is the nature of a magic tree, the capability to reload. Will a good tree reload on you?
Absolutely. Okay. And here's what I really learned about that place is it wasn't this group of trees, it was that tree, that side. Like right side of the tree. It was so, when you found out kind of what they were on, and those trees would absolutely, and don't get me wrong, it was, Tommy, it was that time of year. It was March and April to where that's all you're doing.
Just fixing to get a drink.
But those magic trees on this lake, they're like magic boat docks. If there's boat dock fishermen listening right now, there's certain boat docks. It's not the one to the left, the one to the right. For some reason, it's that one. The trees are the exact same way.
This is certainly the first of course, we saw plenty of cypress trees at our first stop of the year, St. Johns River. But this is our first cypress tree really oriented event right here. But boy, we did see some other fine stuff, including Kyle Welcher, big star in last week's coverage. This giant Jake Whitaker, who's doing very well today, also a good start to his year down on the St. Johns River, coming into some size. And Paul Mueller, he did what everybody else wasn't doing and made it pay.
Tommy, that was one of those tournaments that we talked about this at no end, that nobody really was watching Paul Mueller to win that tournament. Great victory for Paul Mueller, winning last year on Lake Lanier, backing it up this season on the St. Johns River. Kind of quietly won that tournament.
Davey kind of called where.
Yep. Then we went to Lakeview Fall, never been there before with the Elite Series. Man, what a great and wonderful surprise this place turned out to be. Just brush pile heaven.
Yeah, and that was one of those tournaments where really the first 3 days of this tournament, so many big fish were caught up shallow. We thought it was going to be a 50-50 split. By the final day, the offshore guys really started to rise. Buddy Gross said, I have found the right bait. I have found the right area with the biggest stringer of the tournament on day 4, over 27 pounds.
Another one of those 10th to 1st tournaments we've had. That seems to be more popular than if you're leading going in the final day to win. We've had 3 10th to first in the last 2 seasons.
Victory there for Buddy Gross. There's Paul Mueller doing his magic up north. He can catch him everywhere. One of the most versatile guys we have out here, and off to a great start on the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario. And he would be in it till the final day, Z.
Lake Ontario definitely growled on that final day, and we really wanted to see what this guy right here had. Coming into this, so many victories. Chris Johnston, Corey Johnston. And really, I think it was, if you really look at that event and look back on it, it's understanding how to fish rough water. Look, Paul Mueller, great event, pushed Chris Johnson the entire tournament, but rough water experience, in my opinion, is what won that tournament on the final day for Chris Johnston.
Chris Johnson just narrowly missing the 100-pound mark for 4 days of smallmouth fishing. We're still looking for that one to be set. As we move on to Lake Champlain, and a 2-time winner from last year, Jamie Hartman, having a great first day here at Lake Champlain, but Lake Champlain would be hard to tame multiple days in a row.
It's so weird going into that final day. Who really had the edge? Was it Jamie Hartman, set fighter David Mullins? And this was one of those, it was one of those goofy tournaments like Mueller won. Brandon Polinick was in the hunt. He was steady. And it was that final morning. You could tell Brandon Polinick going into the final day, he knew he was on them, blew their doors out.
Fourth victory for Brandon Polinick in a great tournament at St. Clair. Hard fought and a real nail biter.
Yeah, when we went to St. Clair, John Cox, Jake Whitaker having big events up in that North Channel all the way into the St. Clair River, an area a lot of people did not think would play. Corey Johnston fishing out on the main lake of St. Clair. Yet one of those tournaments again, if you really look at, our entire season, we've been very fortunate. We've been very fortunate to have tight races. And here again, Bill Weidler, his first victory on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and virtually fishing in an area that was getting no pressure throughout the tournament in Anchor Bay. Bill Weidler with his first Bassmaster Elite Series win.
What was incredible about the 3 northern events, someone led the event day 1 through 3, and that leader gave it up on the final day in each of those events, and someone from 2nd, 5th, or even 8th, those 3 spots all came up to win at the 3 northern events.
Bill Weidler, like Buddy Gross, a guy who's been around this game for a while, really coming into his own and having the tournament of his lifetime. Notching out Bassmaster Elite Series champion. That theme would play again. Someone who's been working at it for decades, has cast his lot with the Bassmaster Elite Series, and scores big time. Frank Talley, Southern California native now living in Texas, has dreamed of this moment all his life. Went through kind of a testing, trying first season with the Bassmaster Elite Series. But here, when we get to legendary Lake Guntersville, man, the final day, what a show.
Gosh, that final day, a lake that you're supposed to come to. You're supposed to punch mats, frog, do the stereotypical stuff. Going up the river, we talked about it the entire tournament. Tournaments are not supposed to be won up that river. Not the case last week. Frank Talley with an unbelievable victory. In fact, as much as we're supposed to say unbiased, we were all rooting for Frank Talley on the final day last week.
Yeah, it's just a remarkable, one of the best last days for a whole raft of reasons you could think of when that was a popular victory. There's your 2020 Bassmaster Angler of the Year standings as they stand right now to start this tournament. Here on Santee Cooper and Clark Wendtland get himself some good there. That actually kind of fell a little bit first couple of days of the tournament. Was able to bring it back. The sensational rookie Takumi Ito in 2nd place. Seth Fighter, super solid all year long. Scott Canterbury's not out of this thing yet. Possibility of a repeat Angler of the Year is certainly not off the table by any means. I've been spending the morning with these 6 guys. Or excuse me, no, these are the top guys. The top guys on the scoreboard right now with Austin Felix.
Very
northern
interesting
angler.
coming into this tournament. Really, it was said that I-95 bridge, everybody that we got to talk to, Davy Height included, said that this tournament will be dominated on that upper end of Lake Marion. If looking at our top 6 anglers, that is exactly what has transpired here on day number 1.
So if you're looking forward to who we might be spending the entire day with tomorrow, there are 6 good candidates, but have no doubt about it. The top 6 is going to be a little bit of a carousel. Things will change this afternoon.
It's early.
It's early. That's right, Suj.
Kind of put a BZK on our 20-pound bag predictions when we go 4, 6, 7, 12 to 15, and Davey says 8 for the whole event.
8. His turn. Beat the buzzkill.
That Gunnersville event set the tone for what our next couple events are going to be for those 4 fall Southern tournaments. 4 different leaders, so many different areas of the lake and patterns that factored. I wouldn't be surprised if we had 4 different leaders every single day of every single one of these events going forward with Santee, Chick, and Lake Fork.
Which is awesome. That is absolutely awesome.
Keeps you on your toes.
You know, and you got to see that Jacks Creek area where you got to see that Jacks Creek area where Corey Johnston and Carl Jochimson is. It'll be awesome to watch tomorrow to see what did Carl do today that other anglers, because there's a lot of anglers in that general vicinity. What did he do different that the other anglers around there did not do?
I can't. Do you want to hazard a guess as to what might be up with Carl? No.
Carl's too unpredictable, man.
Well, he has studied this game his whole life and made his way here all the way from Australia, and against all odds, he has made it in this game. And so, yeah, we do very much anticipate being able to see Carl in action tomorrow. You have to say at this point in the day, that's going to happen.
Yes. I think he's safe right now that we'll see him tomorrow.
Yeah.
He said Carl's safe. I just did an article on him. He was camping with his wife's family in Idaho when a big storm hit, and they were in an island campsite, and 3 other boats sank. There were pine trees falling all around. It was
I read that too.
Idyllic scene turned dangerous.
Yeah, it's like one of those crazy movies.
Did you say that
a 3-hour tour? I think no.
Did you say Carl was like a storm? Is that he's treating Santee like that storm treated those other
maybe
people?
So.
Okay.
Maybe so.
Okay. We'll look into that.
Well, interesting morning. It's an education in Santee Cooper. That's what this week is all about. On Bassmaster Live, it's not going to be the 100-pound week Santee Cooper, but it's going to be very, very interesting. And we know, above all, playing in the background always, there are giants out here, giants that any one of these anglers could run into at any given time. Game-changing size fish. Carl Jochimson has already jumped one of those, a 7-pounder this morning. Go with his 5-pounder. That's why we're putting him on the short list for tomorrow's coverage very anxiously. All right, we're going to take our customary 1-hour break and be back here with the second half of Bassmaster Live.
It's the Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes, being brought to you live by Berkeley.
Bassmaster Live, that's exactly right, and welcome back for the afternoon edition, the 3 hours of fishing we're going to bring you on this first day of competition, 2020 Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes. Carl Jochimson picked up his first win of the Elite Series last year. Transplant from Australia, leading this by a good margin ahead of Brandon Polinick, who was also won earlier this year. Austin Felix, Minnesota angler. Corey Johnston of Canada. And Bernie Schultz in 5th place, the veteran, 66 years old, 9 classic qualifications. He has been fishing at the top level for a long time. Let's take a look at his action, Mark Zona, from this morning, doing a little Cypress magic.
Fair to say he is doing Santee Cooper 101. If you talk to a lot of the locals on this lake, Man, finessing these cypress trees is the way to get it done. You will get bites and potentially get really good ones. And Bernie Schultz, I'll just call it the way I see it. Bernie Schultz said last night, hey, you don't need to put a camera with me right now. He said, I have had a horrible practice. Well, Bernie Schultz has saved our morning so far, guys.
He absolutely has. I mean, he said early before he started catching them, he said, you know, once the sun gets up a little higher, shadows get a little deeper and more well-defined, maybe that's when it'll turn on, because it wasn't turning on for him this morning. This is all sort of later activity from the man from Gainesville, Florida. Yes.
And the one thing to look at those isolated cypress trees behind him. Away from the hard line of cypress trees. We talked about that throughout this tournament. We will break down, hopefully, what makes a good tree and what makes a bad one. But Bernie Schultz, throughout our entire midday report, has caught him slow and steady.
Rick Morris. In the boat with him all day long. Himself, a guy who's dedicated to fishing those cypress trees at the expense of almost everything else. And getting a good one early on today.
Exactly right. Rick Morris said he's not getting a lot of bites. If he can put together a limit with maybe one of those big kickers, Santee Cooper bass, a 6 to 8 pounder. We have not seen one of those yet on camera. But Rick Morris, one of those anglers concentrating on the swamp, almost as far up the lake as you can go on Lake Marion without going way up into the river system.
You're just joining us, of course, the Santee Cooper Lakes, our Lake Marion and Moultrie. Marion, the big one, 10,000 acres. Moultrie, much less utilized today. Another angler we're spending all day in the boat with is Florida's Cliff Prince. A great start to his season down on the St. Johns River. He, too, one of these guys who's looking at familiar surroundings. We see a lot of this in Florida, and we see plenty of cypress trees here in South Carolina.
Exactly right. Cliff Prince said he was going to concentrate all day long on boat docks. That lasted about 2 hours. Gave up on the boat dock deal pretty quick. I think we'll see him go back to it. But guys, I'm not going to lie. Really, fishing has picked up pretty solid the last 60 minutes. A lot of our anglers on camera early this morning were struggling. We got to hear a lot of the anglers saying, when these cypress trees make shade lines, that's when it's going to fire. Well, that's exactly what's happened early this morning. Patrick Walters, so much knowledge here on Santee Cooper. Starting in the diversion canal, catching the 2 back-to-back solid ones. Patrick Walters, one of those anglers, didn't want too many anglers to really see him throughout practice in this area. Didn't catch many big ones, but he does have a limit in the boat right now.
Yeah, maybe not so many anglers to see him, but all of our Bassmaster Live fans can kind of place him as far as the bridge in the background and all of that. But Patrick has moved on probably to other things right now and doing something a little different. That may be the difference maker at the end of 4 days of fishing, but we're a long way from there.
No doubt about it, Tommy. And Patrick Walters said just having in a tournament this tough, and it's obvious this is going to be an old-fashioned grinder. We said there will be some big fish swings throughout this tournament, and really, it's been a Lake Marion beatdown so far here on day number 1. I hate to say it, Lake Moultrie has not really shown up in our unofficial top 10 anglers. You've seen Lake Moultrie down at the bottom. As you come up through the diversion canal, you see Buddy Gross. As really you go into the mid-lake section, really from our takeoff there right outside of Tawcaw, as you get up near the I-95 bridge, that is where the majority of the consistency has been all morning long so far.
Kumi Ito actually in about a 4 or 5-way tie for 10th place right now. We cross over the bridge, pick up Corey Johnston. Corey Johnston coming up with a little bit of momentum from Guntersville. Brad Watley, this may be the first time for Brad in our top 10 this year. Randy Sullivan, great week last week, but let's get out to Cliff Prince live.
This is when we'd expect Brad Watley to factor as an event like this. He made the final day in New York.
Oh, that's right. We did see him then.
Prince has some good history here at the Open. In 2009, he was second place, 4.5 pound out of the lead.
Right. Went into the last day, Such. I think he had almost a 3-pound lead in that tournament, that Open.
got you that time.
Yeah, about 3.
If you're going to jump, I'm going to put you in the boat. There's number 2. Number 2. Finally.
Well, number 2, a long time coming for Cliff Prince and Mark Zona. We were just speculating in the studio looking at the leaderboard now. Weight-wise, I'd say we were ahead of, at least as far as the top 10 weights go, ahead of where we were the first day at Guntersville last week.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely right. And, I think that, if folks are just tuning in here on Bassmaster Live, I think we're going to see a lot bigger fish this time around. There's just a better average here. There's so many 5 to 8 pound bass in this lake. And really the other thing, if you're just joining us, the whole system of Guntersville played from up the river all the way down to the lower end of Guntersville. I really don't think, if you're looking at it early in this tournament, I think this is going to be a lot more isolated areas of Marion. Moultrie, so far at least today, has not been a player at all.
So not as random as Guntersville was.
Not as, exactly. Where, it's rare that we, Tommy, you know this, it's rare that we go to a body of water where the whole system's playing.
Right.
This is going to be, we heard coming into this is going to be the same old, Santee Cooper. The areas that play in the spring, they equally play in the fall.
We've got our, I'm not going to say it's a BFA, but I'm going to say a BBA, a big bag alert. For the first time since August 23rd, we have one over 20 on Bass Track.
That's right.
Carl
We still
Jocumsen,
don't have a
21.
20-pound bag because Carl Jocumsen went straight past 20 to 21 and a
Yes,
half.
yes.
Yeah.
He hasn't weighed him in, so it's not official yet.
No.
But since the last day at St. Clair, and that sounds terrible, like time-wise, since August, but we've only had one event between
That's
St.
right.
Clair and now, but that would have been the last time we had over 20. We didn't do it at Guntersville, surprisingly.
So he filled his limit. He didn't get his 6-pounder. He needed to get the straight flush, though. He's 7-0, 5-0, 4-0, 3-0, and his last fish was 2-7. Entered as a 2-7.
Ironic, just below, down on the Cooper Rivers, where we got to see Carl Jocumsen do well in an Elite Series years ago.
That's right. That's right. The first Elite Series visit to Winyah Bay.
Right.
That was one to remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a notable spot he was fishing.
If you know what I mean. I'm just kidding. But it looks like on the map right now, for people who are wondering, we don't have a camera with Carl Jocumsen, but looks like he's in that western part of Lake Marion, past 95. It's that Jacks Creek region.
Yep.
Not alone, obviously. We have, I think Bob Downey's been in that region on camera, and then we've seen the Corey Johnsons of the world and stuff, other guys in the top 10.
And actually, when we had our full map up of all of our anglers, that area was getting quite a bit of pressure. We knew it would coming into this tournament. I think tomorrow will be really fun to watch, to see what guys like Corey Johnston, what guys like Carl Jocumsen did in there that other anglers did not do on how they caught those fish.
So looking at it right now, it's Jocumsen, Gustafson, Loughran, Johnston, Corey, that is, Tacarante, Downey, and Brandon Polinick. So we've got first and second, and then Corey Johnston in fourth, all within, and there could be 100,000 cypress trees in between one guy and another. When you just look at the map, you just don't know if they might not even be fishing in the same world. They're just nearby.
Right.
Brandon Card caught a 6 1/4 this morning, and he's in not too far in that region.
Boys, yeah, I was looking at the numbers of that 2009 Open, and the winner, Alan Glasgow, came from 13th place on the final day.
Wow.
He was the only one with, or he had the biggest bag, 17. Cliff Prince had 7.5 on the final day. He was leading about 3 pounds.
You know what was weird about that Open? I talked to Cliff Prince quite a bit about it. There was still a pretty good amount of dollar pads in that tournament, and you know, they were getting rid of the dollar pads on the lake. They were spraying them, knocking them down, knocking them back. And Cliff Prince said there was one cove where that helicopter that was spraying for the dollar pads, could not get to those pads. And he said every fish in the creek he fished went directly to that pad field where he caught his fish.
That is interesting.
Here's another interesting point. There's 4 anglers on the map. They might not all be on the map right now, but 4 anglers on the map from the start of the diversion canal in Lake Marion into Lake Moultrie. Just 4 in that region alone. Gross, Pruitt, Kennedy, and Zaldane.
Yeah, the guys in Moultrie have left.
Yeah. Other than Zaldane and Kennedy, and then there's Pruitt. Looks like he's on the move. He was just in Moultrie and left. He's in our top 10 with 10 pounds.
I think we had, Ronnie, correct me if I'm wrong, and I have not had our map up at all, but when we had the locator map, we had Steve Kennedy, I think, down around the hatchery. Is he still on the
No, it looks like he's on the north end of it.
Okay.
You know, that Bulltown Bay, Crooked Bay region.
Crooked Bay, yeah.
Basically, if you come out of the Diversion Canal and you hook a left, that big bay.
Yep.
Way back up in there.
You're just joining us. Moultrie's the big lake at 110,000 acres and about 60,000. I'm sorry, Marion's the big lake at 110,000 acres, and Moultrie's the smaller one at 60, which is not small, actually.
No, Guntersville was only 69, so 9,000 more than the small lake here this week.
Wow.
And what's good and bad is that it's all fishable almost. It's never too deep here. It's, for the most part, it's all water that looks and is in the realm of being catchable. Whereas some of these lakes, you're in 80 feet of water in the river channel, and you're not going to bother with it. This is kind of just a big bowl of everything looks good and is good at times.
This is all low country, flat lands, no deep bluffs or anything like that.
Yeah, how Tally won on Guntersville said, I stopped at this spot because it looked good. You get in trouble here, huh?
Oh, you know, Such, and we spoke, on this earlier today. It's an intimidating body of water if you've never been there. I was fortunate to be able to fish there with Davy and Patrick, but it's intimidating, and it's so incredibly vast. You have to catch yourself. Davey talked about this with his pregame report. If you try to do too much here is when you could get in real trouble running around. It's almost like you're just best off doing what we've seen anglers going up into jacks. Areas like Low Falls, where you just go in there, bunker down, and say, I'm going to live here until weigh-in.
It's kind of what Kyle Welcher said going in on the little Doc Talk story, that he's going to, no running, gunning for him. He's going to get to a spot and stick with it.
Right.
I love Kyle, but I don't trust him one bit to just hang out and stay in an area.
No?
Well, he's twitchy in a Patrick Walters way, too, I notice. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a different kind of way of fishing, and it's a lot of natural instincts, a lot of just jumping and bouncing, and sometimes it gets you in trouble, but they also find out stuff that we'll never see on live if we were following somebody else, A
slow day for Shane Lineberger. A lot of history on this body of water.
Photographer Steve Bowman found Carl Jacobson out there. He's got a photo, I think, maybe of his 5th fish. That'll be in his gallery and maybe in the blog.
Is there or going to be there?
Well, this photo has been sent in from Steve Bowman. He found Carl.
Okay, so be looking for that. Yeah, very anxious to see what Carl Jacobson is doing.
The photo, he is not in cypress trees. It looks like he's in a nice patch of grass, though. Ronnie, you called for Zachers to be on the show, and was he resting?
We want.
Literally,
that's the most. That
we ought to be able to get coverage of him.
More so than anyone. Like, that's not the question. People are like, "Who's on live tomorrow? Who's on live tomorrow?" They were like demanding, like, "We want to see Zachers."
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that, guys. Actually, our executive producer, Mike McInnes, has also, and him and Zachers, Mike loves him so much. What's interesting is I don't, right now is nap time, and I don't bother him during nap time.
Okay.
So
Can we
see
set
what
up
happens,
Okay. Can we set up a little town hall meeting with him after the nap?
How about feeding time?
As soon as we stop losing service out on the lake, we'll get Zachers up here. I promise.
All right, stand by.
Rob Dye. Rick Morse is quietly having himself a good midday, jumping into the top 10.
Well, I just read a blog from Craig Lamb that Andy Crawford's out there in the swamp, and he's having a tough time just navigating, let alone then he find anybody. Then he lucked upon Jamie Hartman, who told him during practice midday up there he had the rod ripped out of his hands by a largemouth. That's nice to hear. But in the morning it hadn't been happening. It's when there's too much shadow on the water right now, but when the sun gets higher. So let's look forward to about now.
I'd vote for now.
Yeah. See some big fish be caught here.
Get them all the angles on Skype. Just not the bait. Just avoid the bait. Oh, I tripped. Camera just goes in the water.
Here's a voice that we hear. You might recognize that voice as being former Bass Nation champ and 4-time winner now with the Bassmaster Elite Series. Brandon Polinick out there. And Brandon, as B&W Trailer Hitch is on the line, some bonus coverage. Get us up to date on what's been working for you today.
Man, today has been the epitome of chunk fishing. Right now I'm throwing a jerkbait, caught a few on that. Caught a big one punching in the mats. Started out throwing a Storm Arashi top walker this morning, caught one doing that. I've been all over the lake burning gas and really just whatever looks good fishing it. I got 2 stuck last week trying to fish in places where like I had a bite or where I thought I had to catch them. And today I've actually caught a few of my better fish just fishing stuff that looked good and kind of fishing that moment. That's not a good service.
It's not great.
Well, Brandon, that philosophy, of course, runs contrary to what a lot of the pundits were saying. You had to watch your time and not run around too much and stay out from behind the wheel. So it's interesting to see that it's working pretty darn good for you today.
Yeah, it has been, and I mean, I'm concentrating on certain areas, and just not wasting my time fishing random stuff. But it is kind of random because, like, right now it's bluebird skies, 80 degrees, and no wind, and you should not throw a jerkbait. But I've been catching some on a jerkbait. So it's just the mood that the fish are in. I wish it would have kept getting colder because I think fishing would have got better. But it's actually gotten tougher. I did not expect to catch them this good. It's just I pulled up at the right places at the right time today.
Brandon, are these fish moving a lot right now on this lake for you, or are the areas that you're catching them in consistent with your practice?
They're moving a lot, and that's kind of why I've just been not getting locked into just one thing, but trying to concentrate in areas where I feel like there's some good fish around. and then moving with it. And that's been just kind of the MO for today. It's nothing fancy.
Hey, Brandon, obviously Santee Cooper is a legendary place, but not a lot of tournament experience for the Elite Series and whatnot, especially this time of the year. How much do you take into the pre-prep of looking at past things or areas of the lake in your research, or do you kind of keep it a clean slate since it is the fall and it's different?
No, I did a lot of research just because I didn't know anything about this place, that I needed to at least look for areas that consistently came up in tournament finishes, right? And if you go through and you put in the work and you do the research, it doesn't take you very long to figure out that there's like 5 or 6 main areas that consistently hold fish and tournament, top 10s come out of. And I just tried to concentrate my practice on those.
Brandon, when we look at the way people are having results on this lake, I'm kind of put in mind of one of your tournament wins, and that would have been the Texas Fest win in 2017 on Rayburn, when another one where a lot of guys were having futile times, during the course of the day, but the knowledge was everybody could run into a giant or 2 or 3 at any time. How does that are any of those elements in place in your mind here as we look at Santee Cooper?
That's exactly what it's going to come down to. Guys cutting checks, guys winning. It's going to come down to a couple of those big bites. The fact that I've done what I consider good today, I wasn't expecting to have this much weight, is the fact that I've just had a couple big bites. I caught one 6+ punching, and and caught another 4-pounder on a jerkbait. I've just been moving around and gotten a couple of those big bites, and that's what you have to have here because there are so many big ones.
Brandon, some of your biggest victories are big weight tournaments. Do you like these grinders where you sit there and kind of battle the voices up in your head?
I like the grinders from a mental aspect because I think it takes a lot of guys out of it. But I mean, let's not lie. It's a whole lot more fun when the fish are biting everything you throw and you're just crushing them. So I like both. From a tournament perspective, it doesn't matter if it's a grinder or if it's a really good one. It's all about that feeling you get when you feel like you're kind of dialed in a little bit. And that's kind of what I'm searching for here. I'm far, far from dialed. Just fortunate to get a couple good bites.
Is this the best day to move around? If you're going to move around a lot on one day, the first day, the best one, maybe you might find a place you could settle in for the rest of the week.
For me, today and tomorrow are probably your best 2 days to move around, just for the fact that the weather's going to be nice. This place can get really nasty, and if you're trying to move around all the time, it can be, you can waste a lot of time running back and forth up and down the lake. I started down toward the dam this morning, and then I just kind of bounced and worked my way all the way up into the swamp.
Well, Brandon, thanks for filling us in. Congratulations. Good limit in the boat today for Brandon Polinick, former Bassmaster Angler of the Year, winner of certainly, as we just mentioned, a big tournament event down on Rayburn, the Texas Fest, which is yet to come this year. This year it'll be at Lake Fork, so we let Brandon fish on, and maybe might need to check back with him a little bit later. He seems to be on to something pretty real.
Yeah, right before we got to him, he put in Bass Track a 4.5-pounder to go with his 6 from earlier and a 4-pounder. So he's close to 19 pounds.
Did he say that he caught those big ones, jerkbaiting?
He said punching the 6+, I thought.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he's punching a jerkbait through some Cypress.
No, we've actually got a report that Chris Zaldane, that's what he did in practice, and I believe he's doing today. I did not see that coming in this tournament.
That's one thing I was.
I think. Yeah, it's ain't nowhere near 14.
Nowhere near 14. That was a fantasy fishing alert right there, but that one didn't.
Yeah, that's the short fish.
I accidentally hit it too soon to let Cliff Prince owners know that he caught one. It was an end-up keeper. That's not going to help him.
That was actually a miscue on my part. I apologize.
I've never seen anybody bump a fish like that. Actually,
I know that was very
interesting.
You know, I expect to see another shakeup in the AOY race. Clark, our leader, and Canterbury are down pretty far, and Corey Johnson, who was 6th, about 50 points back of the lead, is in 4th place. He can make up some ground this week. Wow. We'll see.
Your grandpa's like sealed it.
Just got an update from Neil Paul, who was near Ray Hanselman Jr., who said he has 6 keeper bites today, and he hasn't landed one of them. So I don't know what the deal is with that, if the bite is just a little off for some people, or
Just from Carl.
specific lures are just losing them this week.
I just looked. Canterbury's 43rd after catching his 2nd fish for about 5 pounds, and Clark Wendtland is 2 spots back of him with 3 fish. And Seth Fider is not reporting at all yet.
Don't expect to see that at some point today.
And Ito has 10 pounds. He's in 12th. And he's 2nd in AOI.
You can tell a lot of the guys that we have cameras with today really did not know what they were on. They would get in these little areas and get a bite or two, and when they would get a bite or two, they would leave. I'm positive of. I'm sure a lot of the guys that have caught him today. You could tell Polinick was positively surprised at what he's put in the boat. I think just a lot of, with not as much experience here this time of year on Santee, I think a lot of the dudes that were on today had no idea what they could catch.
Cliff Prince, 47th place, and started the day 45th in AOY points. So one of those guys who's just outside the classic cut line. He could improve that 47th place considerably during the course of this day and this tournament. He's can make a positive move with 2 events left after this one.
We talked about Cliff Prince. Really, his primary deal was boat dock fishing, and he said he only saw one other angler doing that throughout practice, and that angler's unofficially in our top 20 right now, Gerald Swindle, with 4 fish.
Have we seen a fish caught off a boat dock today? I don't think so. No, we saw Patrick Walters try him for about 30 seconds, but that was it.
I think Cliff Prince and Bernie Schultz did as well when they were on the north end of the lake. At least during the midday portion, but I don't think that they yielded anything of great success.
This is a very rural part of South Carolina. This is not Charleston or Myrtle Beach or someplace like it. It is remote, and
yes,
you can get to Charleston pretty quick, but yes, not the. This is definitely a fishing community. You know, it's
a different zip code for sure.
Yeah. Sending a text is hard on Santee.
Yeah.
Still have bonus coverage of Brandon Polinick up in the Jacks Creek region, which is encouraging if we do have a live camera in there with one of our guys tomorrow. Go to see them.
Ooh, Clifford Perch just popped into our top 10 at 6th place with 12 pounds.
Man.
Filled his limit.
Needs it.
Yeah, we've not seen much of Clifford and expected to see plenty of him this year.
Well, and he's never missed the Classic in his 7 or 8 years on the Elite Series. He's made it every year, and he's in jeopardy this year.
60th right now.
Yeah, he's not having a great year at all. And that's by his own accord.
About 60 points out of getting inside the top 40 cut for the Classic. Keeping his streak.
Just literally drove right where you were fishing. Like, he could have went anywhere else.
Drove exactly where I was telling him to drive.
Yeah.
Like he just didn't understand what I was trying to say.
I wasn't sure if you were just doing it just to be a jerk or what.
I dug up an old story I did on Roland Martin, and this is kind of where he cut his teeth and made bass
very
fishing.
much associated with this play.
And I remember him telling me he landed 300 fish over 8 pounds here over the years, guiding here and whatnot, and about 52 over 10 pounds.
Wow.
Those are some stats.
Cliff Prince on the move. Brandon Polinick, by his own admission, on the move all day long, and it's paid off for him. So different ways to approach this vast and complex fishery here in South Carolina. Bernie Schultz the better, having a good showing here at Santee Cooper. Hey, how about a little trivia here? Here it goes. Who set a B.A.S.S. single day and tournament weight record in a Santee Cooper event?
Read that again.
Who set a B.A.S.S. single day and tournament weight record in a Santee Cooper event? Was it Preston Clark, O.T. Pierce, Roland Martin, who was just mentioned, or was it Jimmy Houston? A B.A.S.S. single day and tournament weight record at Santee Cooper. We'll be back.
The Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is being brought to you live by Berkeley. The Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is brought to you by Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Yamaha, and by Toyota.
Way into the last third of the season right now. That was our trivia question we left you with. Who set a B.A.S.S. single day and tournament weight record in a Santee Cooper event? Ronnie, you care to venture a guess?
Because it seems like it's so pointed towards Preston Clark, I'm going to have to go with like O.T. Fears, and it was probably some 15 fish limit or something.
I agree. I'm going to go B.
All right, going B. Well, for the answer, let's go to a man who's one of the foundations of B.A.S.S., Bob Cobb.
Today, our Bassmasters cameras are covering the $195,000 South Carolina Invitational. This is a tremendous bass fishery. Last May, O.T. Fears of Oklahoma astounded the bass fishing world with a 3-day catch of 77 pounds, 4 ounces, a new Bassmaster Invitational Tournament trail record. O.T. also established a new mark for a 1-day 5 bass catch, 34 pounds, 4 ounces.
Great guesses by Ron
Yes,
Moore and
excellent, guys.
How about that? Tremendous. Yeah,
Don't mind if I do.
With the answer. Man, you know when to pick a classy one to jump in on with the correct answers.
Only when Davy's not here.
To find that footage. Awesome job,
That is some good stuff.
Sallisaw stud.
Eastern Oklahoma. Knocking him dead on Santee Cooper back in the day.
Tommy, I'm going to even throw in, I believe, Carolina rigging and spinner baiting. I'm going to have to ask Davy Height about that.
Yeah, wow, that would be interesting to know. I think we've seen a little bit of both of those techniques today, if you look closely.
It was the heaviest winning 3-day weight in the 27-year history of bass.
Cliff Prince hooked up?
Up to that point.
Up to that point, yeah.
Not that big, but he's bigger than what we got right now. Yeah, I definitely think he's 14. Better check him just to make sure. Oh, yeah. I think he's right. Number 3. Let's get in that box one more time.
At the same time, Seth Fighter just caught his first fish, 2 1/4.
Wow. That's surprising. Back over to Rob Dye. We've been with Rob, Carolina native, all day today in the boat with him.
Slow morning so far for Rob Dye. A lot of history.
Way down, you got to cover a little bit of water.
How do you?
It just looks like bass fishing, though.
How do you pick out which one to target, though, Z?
The one in front of you.
Every single one of them, as many flips as you can do. Wow.
You hit it swimming.
Not going to make it if you're just joining us this afternoon. It's a 14-inch limit for largemouth bass.
You know, we've seen a lot of guys finesse fishing these cypress trees, and I promise our friend D. Wayne that always, he gets on Ronnie now and then. He lives with a flipping stick, and if you've never been to Santee Cooper, you say to yourself, man, I could take a flipping stick and absolutely do work. And what's weird is there's just, it's one of those lakes. It's hard to do that. I got to see Davy do that one day, but what was interesting was the day that I saw Davy do that, where he punished them on a jig, it was low pressure, low skies. We had a lot of wind and rain.
What time of year was it?
And that was in the spring, but yeah.
But you're saying generally not easy to do that anytime.
No, Tommy, it's very hard to do here. And when you finesse fish these cypress trees, it's like you're putting the best of both worlds in your hand. You're gonna generate bites. You're gonna generate bites with the potential of catching a big one.
There's Patrick Walters there, hanging in there in the top 20. We've been with Patrick all day long. Spent a good bit of time in and around the diversion canal with some success.
And talking about that is like before we taped down there, you'd flip 300, 400 trees and maybe get one bite flipping. Then you pick up that wacky worm and plink, 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 plink.
Trying to catch a big one. That's what we're doing right now. Really just looking, if I can get a 5-pound bite and a 3-pound bite, that's really what we need. Then we just got to land them's the hard part. Well, I'd say getting the bite's the hard part, but I think our Armada finally caught up with us. Took them a minute.
Patrick Walters definitely has fished this lake way different than the rest of the folks that we've had on camera today. It's going to be our AFCO Taste the Bait. Taking a look at there's a hodgepodge of what we've seen today, from top waters. You see some frogs, crankbaits, giant spoon. His first 2 fish came on a swim bait. Your AFCO Taste the Bait is going to be everything in Patrick Walter's boat so far.
What the fuck? I had my dang spinnerbait blade.
Boy, that is fall fishing 101 right there. Right there.
Yeah, it was Jeff Gustafson, who said in the advanced story, it's not good when somebody's got 19 rods on their deck.
No, that's tough conditions there. Isn't it?
I'm gonna try to swim bait.
You know, Tommy, though, I think it's been cool to watch Patrick Walters, because he has fished different than everybody we've been on today.
And I think it's safe to say he's put in more hours this time of year on Santee Cooper than anyone else, right?
Than the field combined.
Yeah.
He did. He said, I would have loved if this tournament was here back in the spring when we would have seen that 100-pound mark broke. But at the same time, he said, this is when it starts. He said he would have loved if it was in November or December. He said it would have been a lot more predictable, but felt comfortable. Said he's put his time in here.
Gonna be another short, looks like. Cliff.
mile-an-hour faster.
Did an article on Clark ahead of time because he was leading AOY, and he said
when I casted it, that was one reason. Second reason, I made it 2 nights ago and I just didn't crimp it real good. I knew I had to re-crimp it, but that's how it goes. Going to a little bit bigger spinnerbait, a little bit bigger blades, they follow it. So something's not right. You know, they're not fully committing. So we either got to downsize or upsize, and we're not looking for a keeper. So figured you might as well go up.
Gosh, you want to see Patrick Walters collide with that bite. That is a way to play with big ones, man.
Looking for a big one. We're up the lake now, staying in Marion. You know, we started in the canal a little bit. There was no current at all whatsoever. Got lucky, caught 2 in there, and went and scrapped the limit. Called 2 or 3 times since then. We're gonna fish up here for probably, what time is it, 12:18? Probably maybe an hour, maybe not even that. Mainly just to get a feel for it, of what the bite is up the lake right now. And I think honestly we're gonna go back to the canal or an area where we got some current to see if we can find some biting fish and some big fish. Oh, that spinnerbait looks way better. Sounds better too, doesn't it? Just a ching-a-ching-a-lingin'. Hangs it up on my next cast.
Ronnie, have we had a tournament this year where our #1 chalk favorite did great, had the lead on day #1? I don't think so. I mean, it's a rare thing, too.
Man, Jamie Hartman at Champlain, maybe? He was, him and Schmidt were the two, maybe most, him and Fighter was right there as well. Like, that would be the one that played out, I feel like, the way we expected the first 2 or 3 days.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that, Z? Other than that, I mean, maybe the Johnston brothers being the top 10 at St. Lawrence, you know?
I think the Johnston brothers were probably
the closest,
the most, for sure, the most predictable.
certainly wasn't the last 2 events. Bill Weidler and Frank Talley.
No.
Coming for the surprise wins.
Quite the opposite.
Well, even Mueller at St. John's.
So we've had our winners this season, other than the Classic. Mueller started the final day in first and won. Okay. Then you've got Eufaula came from 10th, Buddy Gross did. St. Lawrence came from 2nd, Chris Johnston. Champlain came from 5th, Brandon Polinick. Came from 8th at St. Clair for Bill Weidler to win, and then 6th at Gunnersville for Frank Talley. So we've had 2 guys win this season that were in the top 2 to start the final day. So I don't really expect to see that.
Top 2,
yeah, I mean,
that's true.
Right. Right.
Chad Morgan Taylor with his second fish over 4 pounds. He put in a 4.7. He's got 3 for about 11.5. Jumped in 9th place.
And I'll say the two guys who've won this season that started the final day in first were Hank Cherry and Paul Mueller, including the Classic, and those were both 3-day events, not 4-day events.
Ah, right.
I think that makes a difference as well.
There's a bit of an asterisk there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So closers wanted might be our subtitle.
Exactly.
Being a closer is not overrated.
And I haven't seen,
a hard thing.
And almost none of the leaders have stumbled very, harshly on the final day. Like they've still caught like pretty good bags.
Somebody beat them.
Somebody's came back. Yeah. They haven't like came in. At Gunnersville last year as a crapshoot for West Logan. To come in with what do you have like 12 pounds, I believe, or something like that. That was like a solid bag, but it wasn't anything out of the norm.
That breeze could come back.
I think one thing that's been really different this year, Ronnie, too, is a lot of times, for the most part, throughout an Elite Series season, by the time we get to Championship Sunday or whatever our last day is, it's pretty predictable 3 or 4 guys. What's been really hard this year is if you really look at the tournaments from Champlain, like I think Thousand Islands has been the most predictable.
Because you knew who was going to be on Ontario, right? Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. But I think the other tournaments from Eufaula and Champlain, you could, and last week you just threw a dart. Like we were all sitting there predicting on the 3rd day of the tournament last week, but none of us had a clue.
Right. It was a 5-way jump ball. Yeah.
Yes.
Mark me on 1 point so I know where to sit.
Same way here. And Corey Johnson's over 15 pounds. He just called with a 3-pounder. About a 3. Gerald Swindle in 11th place with a limit.
Take a look at our map of Lake Marion here and focus now a little bonus coverage. and to be able to watch, maybe get some feel for what Brian Snowden is doing out there today. We've seen him come up that leaderboard, come up and recede a little bit, come back up again. Veteran angler, yeah.
Isolated trees, stuff like that, Tommy. And the other thing is I know we're trying to get Steve Bowman on the line to talk to us. You know, he's with Carl Jacobson right now. There won't be any audio. A lot of on these bodies of water.
Hold on.
Small one right there for Snowden is just little subtle changes in your bait presentation. You know, it enormous on a lake like this, where a lot of the guys are fishing the exact same trees. I'm going to be very curious to see what small changes our leaders on here on day one made to rise up the standings compared to the guys that were around them.
Yeah, it seems as though in the course of one of these 4 days event, we get more of that information volunteered to us as it goes on. A little bit trickles out on day one, not much, but we get more of it. And it will be an education as we go through, because you think of the diversity, Z, of techniques we saw this morning versus now. It's starting to narrow down a little bit.
For sure, and I think the thing that was a little bit absent this morning, you know, we heard that there was a very solid shoreline grass. You know, guys that were fishing water willow, that first 90 minutes was going to be so critical. Guys, you know Drew Cook was doing that, guaranteed. And it didn't seem like it fired this morning. So I'm curious to see if that bite transpires going into the rest of this week, because we did not, at least the guys that we were on, we didn't see any of them doing that when it was said yesterday that would be a major player.
BFA.
Yeah. Well,
BFA, Carl Jacobson, he got his 6-pounder. He's up to 25.
Oh, my God. Wow. We got to get in on that. Well, right now, that's some interesting knowledge. For more of that, we have one reliable source that we always turn to, and that, of course, is Ron Moore at the Screen O Knowledge.
I've got to audible my pick now on who I said was going to win the event. I mean, I told you Carl Jacobson was going to do well and win this event. You did. But for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, I wanted to take it and kind of break down, after all said and done, all the rosters locked, all the percentages are locked in for who was selected. This is the most picked team. If you went from each bucket and picked the chalk guy, the most, you don't know anything about, Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, you just wanted to pick guys that everyone else was picking, this is your best team, and that's Scott Canterbury, Patrick Walters, John Cox, Hank Cherry, and John Cruz. That's a star-studded lineup. You'd expect most years that they're all in the top bucket of fantasy fishing. Not the case this season with how it's gone. So those guys are ranging from 26 to 29, 43% for John Cox, 33 and 34 for Cherry and Cruz. That's your most picked team. And we're going to slide over to the talent picks, the 6 guys, Mercer, Davy, Zona, and then the 3 of us, Such, Tommy, and myself in studio. I picked Drew Cook to win this event. Such went with Patrick Walters, so did Davy Height. And then John Cox was Mark Zona's pick, Todd Otten was Tommy's pick, and Keith Combs was Dave Mercer's pick. Obviously, we didn't want to all pick Patrick Walters, even though we might all believe it internally.
You told me I was not allowed to.
Yeah, I said, you know what, can you just please mix it up for me, please? I've already gotten 2 Walters picks. No, but so a couple of those guys match up with the highest percentage picks. So if you picked any of these guys, you're with us. If you picked any of the other people, these are the most picked squads this week for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. Pretty good lineup for Santee Cooper, I'd say.
And if you don't fall into either group, I'd say you still got a fine chance.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody's going to be dealt a crummy day, at least one crummy day.
Hey, 4.5% picked. Carl Jacobson sitting on top of our leaderboard, so it is anyone's game this week.
Hey, and I'm going to tell you, you look at that. This time of year, on a day like this with the weather that we have, you catch 25 pounds, you have done something incredible. Bassmaster Elite Series tournament aside, that's unbelievable.
It really is. Maybe we are headed to Davy Height's prediction of possibly a 29-pound bag. We'll come right back after this.
The Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is being brought to you live by Berkeley. You're watching the Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes, being brought to you live by Berkeley.
Really unique, very different sort of place. This is low country bass fishing on a vast, beautiful
very wild and backwoods sort of environment. Santee, Cooper Lakes, Marion, and Moultrie. There's your TH Marine Weather Watch today. Right now, our current conditions, perfect, sunny, 79 degrees, just a touch of wind, hardly any at all. Beautiful kind of vacation planning weather there, that is for sure. And not too much of a variation from that as we look forward into the week. It's going to be pretty much that. Some chances of rain coming up Sunday, perhaps. It's a little bit far out, so we won't worry about that now. We got a lot of stuff happening between now and then. We got another couple hours of fishing to bring you before we get too close to weigh-in time. Coming up this afternoon here on Bassmaster.com. One of the things you like about these very different, very challenging fall transition tournaments is if someone winds up the day in 50th place, maybe 55th or even higher, you're not done. You can expect everybody, almost everybody, to have a bad day to get thrown in there as well. So you've got, I'm saying there's a chance.
They got a chance to take the lead the next day.
That's right, yeah.
Well, I was just looking at Carl's fish, a 3-0. He's got a straight flush, I call it. A 3-0 has how he's entered him in Bass Track, 4-0, 5-0, 6-0, and 7-0. He's got 3 of the top 10 Phoenix boats. Big bass of the day.
He's hit for the cycle.
Unbelievable, man.
And you look at the Phoenix Boats Big Bass top 10. It's Carl Jochimson with the lead going down the backstretch. Moving to the third, it's Carl Jochimson. And coming up in 7th place, it's Carl Jochimson. Unbelievable.
Tommy, you never cease to amaze me how many other sports you could totally
trash.
Just own,
awesome.
own their best broadcaster.
Jeez. Awesome.
I swear I saw something on Twitter the other day where Jim Nance was caught watching Bassmaster broadcast to learn.
I'm glad you said that.
Tips.
Is that right?
Yes.
AOY leader Clark Wendtland with a limit. He's up to 24th.
Boy, what we were saying.
Yeah, go ahead, Zeke.
Before we went to break right there, that is, honestly, that's as impressive as a catch, especially when you put it against the rest of the field. To have done that, I mean, we're not even 3/4 way through this first day.
No.
That's amazing.
Barely into the third quarter. Well, we've got another B&W Trailer Hitches on the line opportunity right now. It's an opportunity we cherish, a chance to talk to our local expert, to say the least, and our colleague here, Davy Height. And Davy, we have seen some heights and we have seen some depths of futility, and we expected to see all of those today. And your prediction, pre-tournament, of a possible 29-pound bag, it's not looking so outlandish right now, and we see Carl Jochimson with 25 pounds.
Yeah, it's really not surprising to me, Tommy, and it's also not surprising that he's the only one we're seeing with that much. This lake has a great history in the spring, there's no doubt, and we hate that we couldn't come here in April where there would have been big weights, at least on the top 20 bags, I would say, would have been 20 pounds or more. We're just not going to see that this time of year. One of the greatest fisheries in the country, Gunnersville last week. It's the time of the year, but there are enough big fish here with these elite anglers. I knew someone would run into those, 5 fish that are, above average. And with Carl's smallest fish being 3 pounds, he could certainly get up there that 27, 28, 29 pound mark. It would not surprise me. Now, tomorrow's a different deal. It might not be Carl Jochimson, it might be someone else. Who knows? But here's one thing, because I've done a lot of running around today to try to get service, like I hope I've really got good service this time. But the water it's really pulling. I was up on the upper end, and the water was pulling a lot, and that is hurting a lot of those guys up there. So I think we would have seen more of that 15 to 17 pound stringers than we've had. And it's interesting, you come all the way down, which is a long way from above the 95 bridge where I've been to the diversion canal that I'm at now, out in the middle of the lake around that I-95 area, the water was moving more than it is here in the canal, and that is very, very unusual. A lot of the anglers this morning probably were hoping on that shallow vegetation bite, in the first hour or so. If that water dropped just a little bit, which it probably did with what I saw in the movement up there, then I'm sure it killed that. So this thing's going to be very interesting. It does not surprise me to see at least one angler at 25 pounds right now, but it will not surprise me to see someone else maybe the next day. And, consistency is going to be very, very hard to do here this week.
Davey, real quick, on that area above I-95, we're seeing, some of our leaders up there. Carl was there earlier. What is it? And granted, it's a time of year thing, but what is the difference in the environment up there compared to the rest of the lake?
Well, it's habitat. I mean, and to talk about habitat here, because everywhere you go and everywhere you look, there is some habitat. But now that the vegetation isn't here, Z, I'm sure you remember, and Tommy, you've done tournaments here in the 90s. There was hydrilla, there was eelgrass, there was all types of vegetation, a lot more pads, a lot more lilies, a lot more dollar pads, a lot more heart pads than there are here now. But in that upper end, there's just thousands and thousands and thousands of cypress trees, ones that are alive and well and ones that have blown down, just a lot more cover in that area. And to be quite frank with you, even Santee Cooper now gets a lot of pressure. It's all relative, a lot more pressure than it got years ago. The more cover those fish have, the more they're going to have opportunity to get to be that bigger size, that bigger class. I mean, it's just, we all got deer hunting on our mind this time of year. Those deer need cover. These largemouth bass need cover.
Davey, on that note, talking about the hydrilla, explain what the lake was like, especially Moultrie when hydrilla was present, and what, there's a little bit of eelgrass now, but there is no hydrilla.
Yeah, it's a different world. It's and I caught a little bit of you guys talking about, the OT Fears tournament. When you came out of this diversion canal, just right out there, and then that big, just wide open, it looks like you're running out into Lake Okeechobee. If you've never been on Lake Moultrie, it reminds me of that every time I run out of this canal. Well, it wasn't just a big, wide open area with lots of stumps. It was solid hydrilla. And it was just a fish factory. To be quite honest with you, had the electronics been as good as they are now and had the fishermen been as good, 30-pound stringers for 4 days in a row would have happened every single event in those days had we had the technology that we do now.
David, when you talk about pulling that water out of there and those fish come out of those shallow haunts, where do they go? And is there any way to adjust, to deal with them and still pick up a few?
Yeah, Tom, that's a great question, and I'm not sure I know the answer to that. I have a theory, and I've been doing it a long time, and they can be hard to catch, but they seem to suspend, and they just shut down. They just seem to suspend, and they're not going to go far. They're not going to swim from back in all those trees out into the middle of the lake, but they'll move. They won't really set up where you can catch those fish. A lot of these fish that are caught this time of year, whether it's with topwater, with square bills, no matter what it is that you finesse stick baits, a Cinco is an excellent lure, wacky style this time of year, as it is in the spring. But you need those fish to be set up. You need those fish to be set up beside a piece of cover, no matter what type of cover it is, whether it be a cypress tree or some type of vegetation. If they're set up and you can get that bait right there, even though they're not in that feeding mode, you can get them to react and inhale that bait. When they suspend away from that cover, it's almost impossible to get those fish to bite.
Davey, thanks. That's great info. Davy Height, we got a good signal from Davey there, and we were able to enjoy the benefits of that as we move on. Watch some cliff prints. Trying to work his way into that top 30 now. That's the job for him. And we do have a representation. I believe this is Carl Jacobson's catches for today. And I think he's got the poundage with him as well. What do you make of that, Z?
I'll be honest with you. I didn't know that he was fishing around Utah Springs early this morning. Then he went above the I-95 bridge right outside of Jack's Creek, where there was a lot of other competitors in that area. And one of the very few anglers that has caught fish in two different areas right now on Lake Marion compared to the other anglers that we've been on so far today.
Well, as Such pointed out, he has hit for the cycle a 3, a 4, a 5, a 6, a 7.
Wow.
That's unbelievable. Carl Jacobson, there's the way it lays out time-wise for you, and it's been pretty well spaced out from after the first hour and a half of fishing right on up to almost the current time.
That is amazing. And I really did. I thought this was one of those dangerous tournaments for Carl that, you know, he does. We said it earlier, Carl goes for broke. And the other side is really when we've seen Carl excel, it's a little bit when he's offshore, just like this when he won last year at 10 Killer. If Carl has a jig in his hand and he's working with his electronics, he is very dangerous. But we've had some shallower water events where Carl has not excelled. Maybe this is his time.
Well, this is culmination of years of putting up with a lot of obstacles, a lot of hurdles. Coming all the way from Australia to try to fish for a living, to make a living. That's a hard, tough enough proposition anyway.
Well, that was a heck of a tournament to call right there with you guys. Just because you see that all come together. Carl's had a lot of highs, but he's had more lows.
Yeah.
And to see that last year was unbelievable. And he said throughout practice, I think I have found the deal to win this tournament, and I don't think anybody else is doing it.
He erased a lot of lows with that victory. Right now, he's 63rd in AOI points, about 65 to gain to get inside the classic cut. You know, being first will help you out a little bit, but then you got to follow it up with 2 more good tournaments after this. It's doable.
I think he had his best finish of the year at Guntersville, I believe.
Wow.
Right. It was coming off of a disaster at St. Clair.
Mm-hmm. And Champlain back-to-back. Champlain's one that he expected to do well in. It's his favorite lake, basically, and did not go his way. Shows you the redemption factor and whatnot in the sport of bass fishing, that you can leave the dock today and be zero, and leave the dock tomorrow and be hero, and that's just what you do with the situations. Whereas in other sports, when you line up and you're a pitcher going against Babe Ruth, you know 9 times out of 10 he's going to probably do some damage against you, and you're hoping to it's the 1 out of 10. But in fishing, any one of these guys has the ability and the skill to be able to have their day.
Yeah.
And really, he has had crashes. I mean, massive lows in tournaments. This year, we've seen that. And the one trait Carl has, it doesn't stay with him long. You know, he'll turn the corner pretty quick.
Yeah, that's a great asset to have, that ability.
Jake Whitaker just jumped into the top 10 with a limit, almost 12 pounds.
Wonder how Patrick Walters' mindset's going to be after today. If he somehow, there's still time left in the day, obviously, but if he doesn't get a big bite after catching, numbers, if he's going to totally be changed and be like, nope, if I'm going to win this lake or win this event on my home lake, I'm going to need to do this, this, and this, and totally switch it up.
Come on, fish.
You had heard Davy Height make the comment how much water movement is in the lake right now. And I like hearing Patrick Walters' idea of going back to the diversion canal where we saw him catch his 2 best fish early this morning, just to get around some water movement.
Yep. Yeah, find some fish that have made their way there and they've gotten set up in a spot that
makes it a lot easier in a maze of trees if there's an ambush place, because current's going to come by, or like a diversion canal where it has to funnel through there. It's easier to pinpoint probably than.
Rick Morris hanging in there in the top 12.
Here, fishy, fishy. No, dadgum, I thought that was him. What's that? Yeah, I thought that was him. It felt good.
Derek Hudnall with his limit fish. Three-way tie for 6th place with Clifford Perch and Jake Whitaker, 12 pounds.
Yes, sir. That felt good. But it wasn't the right one.
Got about 15 anglers plus with no weight listed, which could mean that they haven't got a keeper yet today, and it could mean, as it did at Guntersville, a lot of cases last week, just hadn't had a chance or the inclination to report yet to Bass Track what they've got. Or haven't had the signal to do it.
Well, exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say. Is I'm very happy and pleasantly surprised that we've had enough. I mean, Tommy, we talked about this. You go to Rayburn, there's potential that you're only going to have one guy on camera all day or tournament long.
I'm having a little bit of a flashback.
Oh, no. It's been a lot better than I thought it would be.
Yes, it is better. It is better.
Just got to have some hope, Z. We did the Opens live there for the final day the other day, and all 5 of our guys were above the bridge at Rayburn, and we had service with all of them almost all day. So it was like,
I saw that.
It was very fortunate.
They must have put you up a cell tower for that tournament.
Good shade on these trees.
Little bit surprised we haven't seen a boat dock fish yet.
Still waiting on the first one.
Ain't even had nothing.
Patrick tried docks for about 10 minutes this morning and didn't really catch anything.
What's that? What's your dog's name?
Oh, Shakita.
Is that Zachers?
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to make an appearance.
I watched that Bassmaster live. I don't never see nothing out of South Carolina on that much.
Oh, I know there's some gators in Santee Cooper looking at. I'm just kidding.
Hey, your name, Patrick?
Yes, sir.
I'll be looking for you on TV.
Man, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I watch Bassmasters a lot on TV.
The brim's up there to bass.
It's actually live right now.
Oh, wow.
Yes, ma'am.
We got Chiquita on live and everything.
Y'all caught anything yet, or?
We've got 5, but we need to find us a big one. Last cast, UK.
Bye, Chiquita. Say bye.
I have often thought that if I lived on a lake where they're having a Bassmaster Elite, doing Bassmaster Live, if I see a fisherman coming up, I got a dog, I take the dog out there, and I inform the fisherman that this dog is named after you.
Thank you.
See what his reaction would be.
Tommy, I love Chiquita. I really do.
Yeah, just adorable.
I do.
Look like it
stole my heart.
Just as much sentimental value to that family as Zachers, at least.
Chiquita's up there. I can promise that.
Somebody's precious little darling.
That's exactly right. Mm-hmm.
Morris, the Virginia veteran, fished 11 years, not all consecutive, 11 years total with the Bassmaster Elite Series. Fallen a bit down into 15th place. He spent a lot of time in the top 10 today.
Solid morning, though.
Yeah.
Runner.
It's a color.
Huh?
It's a color.
Now, Tommy, quick question on Rick Morris, real quick. You and we've covered him for 20 years together.
Yes.
Why is he your guy? Because every time we've had him on camera, something happens. It's fair. It's true.
Yeah. He's a guy that's. I think he rises to the occasion. I don't think he's consciously trying to put on a show. I just think he plants the seed in the back of his mind that he's going to be one of the thought leaders, one of the examples for the day. And he does something remarkable.
That's right.
Plus, he's got that hair that is just unstoppable.
Amen.
Unstoppable.
One of the 3 visor guys, the visor gang.
Bernie. Absolutely right. It is
Bernie,
he's got
Morris,
a Byron
and Perch.
Velvick thing.
Yeah.
He's got a Byron Velvick thing for sure.
Yeah. Nancy Lopez. She was one of them.
Oh my gosh. Tighten up.
Got to tighten this up. You're right.
But a guy that almost won the Classic.
Yes.
It's amazing. I mean, really close.
Oof, yeah.
Big fish alert. Steve Kennedy. 6 pound, 4 ouncer. He's got 4 fish. He's up to 4th place with 15.10.
How about that?
Wow.
Dangerous, I'd say.
He must have moved from his spot and found something way better.
Oh, tomorrow is going to be a time.
We could have 2, maybe 3 glide bait guys if Polinick, Kennedy, and Jocumson are all on camera. They could all have a big swim bait on their front deck at Santee Cooper. Could it be? No, I kid, but Steve Kennedy did catch a giant catfish on a glide bait in practice and posted that photo.
I saw that. Yeah, he's back down in Moultrie where he was to start the morning.
It's got the water clarity in Moultrie for sure for a glide bait.
Yes. Yes.
That's just for all those people watching who want to see that.
What is there just some vegetation between Marion and Moultrie that filters that water a little bit, or is it just the travel time?
I think
eventually the sediment drops out of it a little bit.
Yeah, I think, and based on how swampy that river that pumps into Marion, the river that flows through, there's so much of really shallow, just little sloughs and whatnot that it can probably, when it gets blown out, it can blow it out much more, and then it kind of has to funnel down through the diversion canal.
Well, let's play again. What? Let's do it again. Let's go some bass trivia. Who had the big bass in the 2006 Bassmaster Elite on Santee Cooper? Now, was it Preston Clark, the record setter?
I know this.
Was it Mike Worm? Was it Steve Kennedy? Or was it Conrad Picou? Chew on that one for just a little bit, and we'll be back to answer that
Is that a fake name suit?
question when we return on Bassmaster
Live.
The Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is being brought to you live by Berkeley. The Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is brought to you by Humminbird, Mercury, Minn Kota, and by Talon.
Boy, big time thanks to everyone who's joining us today. First of 4 days of fishing at this 2020 Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes. First time in a decade and a half that the Bassmaster Elite Series has been here. A unique place, not coastal Carolina per se, but definitely the lowlands. Different look than any place we go all year long on the Bassmaster Elite Series. We left you with the B.A.S.S trivia question. Who had the big bass in the 2006 Bassmaster Elite? The one I just mentioned on Santee Cooper a decade and a half ago. Was it Preston Clark? Was it Mike Worm? Was it Steve Kennedy? Or Conrad Picu?
Yes.
Maybe we have piqued your interest in answering that one. Ronnie, you care to venture a guess?
I was torn between C and D with Kennedy and Picu because I figured Preston Clark was low-hanging fruit, and I'm gonna go with the wild card D just because I don't know that name as like I should.
You got it. You got it, my friend. Tommy and I covered that tournament. Conrad Picu.
Yes, there we go.
Is that how you say it?
I don't.
Yes.
Picow Chew.
Picow.
Picow Chew.
And then, there he
Remember
is.
that.
There he is.
Yes.
Look, wow. 10 pounds
I believe he
even.
was from Louisiana?
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
yeah.
Scott, Louisiana. He fished like,
Definitely a French name.
had a 10-pounder. It's 10-0.
Look at the big fish hunt. That's our Phoenix Boats Big Bass top 10 of the day, and it's Jacobson, and some more Jacobson. Mixing in some Steve Kennedy, Palaniuk, Morgan Taylor, Whitaker, Palmer, Zaldane. Boy, he had the big one at Guntersville last week.
And Brandon
Card
had a 6.
He didn't put it in where it'll pop up on the board, but he had that 6-pounder that he texted it in. Yes.
He might bump Buddy Gross out of the top.
So that's another good one for the board too.
Keep that in mind as we move forward through the rest of this day and the 3 more days of fishing.
Well, here's how bad it was in 2006 for Picow. He had a 10-pounder. He finished 96 with 18 pounds, 8 ounces total.
Wow. Man.
Wow.
Hope that doesn't happen to any of our.
What a BZK of the day.
That's my job.
Okay.
Yikes.
That was almost impossible to do in that tournament.
115 pounds, 6 guys over 100 getting century belts. Yeah.
That's a little bit of a train wreck, yeah.
God, man.
But hey, can't take that 10-pounder away from him.
BZKs over here, killing me.
You love BZKs.
I do.
Patrick Walters, a bit surprisingly in 30th place. Go ahead, Z. Sorry.
Looking at a lot of those big fish catches and that we've seen so far today here on day one. Gosh, Guntersville was a great event, but this is going to set up pretty awesome going into the weekend for us.
You think so?
And everybody joining.
You think we're going to see as many new faces when we get to the last day as we did this time around, last time around?
Maybe a little bit more veteran in this one.
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, Davey made a comment. He thinks that, you know, guys that have some history here would be players by the end of this tournament.
And do you think it's really because of the history, or do you think it's just because of knowing that? Because, I mean, what does the history do for you if it's 10 years ago and it's not in the fall, you know?
I think still a lot of it is knowing the historical areas of this lake where it goes down. You know, we talked about that earlier today. It's like Florida lakes, you know, in a way, like if you're not on the west side or the northwest side of Okeechobee, a lot of times you're not in the game. I think that's going to end up playing somewhere in this tournament too, is just getting in those traditional, you know, where history is played here, and knowing those areas. And that comes with, you know, being a veteran.
Well, or research. Brandon Palaniuk told me, you know, 3 months ago when we canceled and had to revise the schedule. And I asked him about, he says, I've never competed in fall. After the AOY championship or whatnot, I've packed up the stuff, gone back home to Idaho and elk hunted and enjoyed himself, and he's fished the lakes, but he hasn't competed on them in fall. And that's the case for a lot of guys, really.
Right.
So research is maybe why he's second place.
Maybe Bernie's one of these experienced guys here. Bernie, you might say, well, he's having his best tournament of the...
Doing a 340, right?
He had a tremendous northern swing don't forget, he always does good at St. Lawrence. He was 15th there this year. He was 19th at Champlain and 29th at St. Clair. That's a big win on smallmouth for Bernie.
Well, he's 47th in AOY. He could use some points to climb up inside that classic cut.
His worst finish of the year might be his home lake. St. John's might have been one of his.
I don't know that to a certainty, but I bet.
Look, Guntersville, he was 75th, Ronnie.
Oh, BZK. I'm just kidding, sir.
Well, St. John's, he was 73rd. It's right there.
Okay, we were close.
Well, watching Patrick Walters, you cannot stress enough that he has fished this first day different than anybody we have covered by a long shot as far as how he has attacked this lake.
Buddy Gross has his limit. He's up to 12th, tied with Luke Palmer. And Scott Canterbury's inside our top 20.
See if we can get
See an AOI shakeup maybe today.
I would have thought Scott Canterbury a good bet for this tournament. I almost picked him to be the winner.
Yes. Yeah.
Come on, big bite.
Why not Brandon Cobb, who just got up to 14 pounds in 7th place.
God, they're all over it.
Definitely see the watercolor difference between where Bernie Schultz is. I believe sort of mid-lake, down towards the lower end of Marion, where way up where Rick Morris is. Definitely different. A lot shallower, a lot more color in the water.
Yeah, Davey, when we were doing Guntersville in the studio here, last week was getting reports about all the water pouring into the upper end of Marion there, and to the point where it concerned it. Looks like it's kind of settled out a little bit now. But the water's high for this time of year, right, Z? I mean, or at least as of yesterday it was.
What was, we talked about that a little bit this morning, Tommy, is the guys that fish this lake a lot will tell you, it's higher than it should be this time of year.
Excuse me.
But I think some of the guys that we talked to that don't have made the comment, man, they're just pulling water out of it. It's too low, it is definitely, it's higher than usual for this time of year.
I'm not going far.
But has been falling a little bit throughout the last few days, 3 or 4 days.
Okay.
Well, that was quick.
So Patrick Walters going to make a move. Try to pick up on a little bonus coverage of Drew Benton right now. There he is. He's out there in some of that more colored water. Drew, can you tell us why you chose this part of the lake to, at least for now, to concentrate on?
Well, I started closer to takeoff, and I don't know if it's because it's kind of warmed up or what the case is, but I just couldn't get bit down toward the lake. I come up here, got in some current, what I'm accustomed to fishing in the fall, and and I've got a lot of bites. I just haven't ran into any real big ones yet. I've got me like 11 or 12 pounds, which is kind of what I expected to catch up here, but right now I'm throwing a buzz bait trying to catch a big one.
Drew, throughout practice, did you see one or two big ones every day at least?
Yeah, it's only one or two bites you get a day, but they're big ones. Yeah, I mean, you just got to put them in the boat. So I've got 3 more hours to fish. So I think if I throw this the rest of the day, I'll get my chances.
Your general impression, Drew, of how the lake's behaving here, is it changing fast, or you see a place that's going to be essentially the same playing field every day?
Well, during practice, it was really cold in the mornings, and we had some really fall-like conditions. And then the last couple of days, it's been back up in the mid to upper 80s, and only like 60 at night. And it seemed like when it was cold, those fish started to move up in the grass and really bite in the lake a whole lot better. And then the last 2 days, I checked it yesterday and only had 2 bites in places that I had like 7 bites the first couple of days of practice. So I rolled through a couple of those areas down there and didn't get any bites, and I just come on up here because I just felt like it was going away for right now. Now, if we get some more cold nights, I think it'll move them back shallow too. And I really feel like the lake has dropped a little bit. There was a couple places that I was trying to get into up the river up here, and I was hitting the bottom, and I never hit bottom in practice. So I think that might have something to do with those shallow fish in the grass not biting this morning.
Drew, what is the biggest difference in practicing for a fall tournament compared to a spring event for you on how you attack a lake?
I really feel like the fall, you really have to junk it up. Fish are a whole lot more scattered, and there's a lot more variables in play. In the spring, you know what they're doing. They're thinking about spawning. They're setting up on places for pre-spawn and predictable locations. In the fall, anything's in play. They can be in the current. They can be in the back, the backwater on cypress trees. It's just a lot more water you have to cover in practice.
Drew, if someone told you when you left the boat dock this morning that you'd have a limit, a pretty decent limit by this time of day, would you have said, "Yeah, I expected that," or would you have said, "That's a little better than I expected"? I think Drew's kind of breaking up on us here a little bit. Yeah, we lost the signal there a little bit, Drew. We'll let you fish on, but Drew Benton up there, way up there.
I wanted to ask him if he's happy Ronnie Moore didn't pick him to win this week.
I know, yeah, because last week I picked him to win, and he was like next to last after day one.
Apologize for you, too.
You can still hear the echo of that buzzbait gurgle in the surface with that blade clanking the thing. You can still hear that from Drew Benton's Skype feed there.
Hey, while we were talking to him, a couple moves. Steve Kennedy up to 3rd place, filled his limit. Brandon Card has 3 fish.
He just added a 5-pounder. That's the one that gives him number 3 as a 5-pounder. He has a 6, a 5, and a 3 for Brandon Card.
He's going for the straight flush.
You in this poker
Randy
suit.
Sullivan's up in our top 10 as well, Ronnie.
So why are Brandon's not showing up on our big bass board?
So
there's 2 different ways that you can enter Bass Track. If you're an angler out on the water, you can do it through the app, which keeps your location on the map and also does individual fish, or you can just send in your total, 3 fish, 14 pounds, 5 fish, 21 pounds, things like that.
Trying to cover it as many ways as we can here. We got some still images to show you, places where the signal's not quite strong enough to get moving video for you, good quality video, but that picture tells a pretty good story about Shane Lineberger right now, and a little bit of a turnaround for his day. Man, you talk about the day of the day. It's Carl Jochimson. Look at that.
I believe it's his 6-pounder. And there's the cull.
Oh, my word. That is
That is the best call of the season.
Oh my God!
That's a Steve Bowman photo, I believe. Both of.
Wow.
Z, what are you seeing? What clues are you getting from looking at those pictures of the partial look at the background?
Gosh, it looked like he was on the hard line right there, vegetation, and I'm going to tell you, he is going to be wound tight for us tomorrow.
Oh yeah, we are.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
Good pictures. Somebody did a good job running those things down. That's.
Hey, and really, if you go off of what Davy Height said, that somebody was going to catch a really big stringer in this tournament, could have happened on day one, and then protect that lead the rest of the week. Now, not be hard to back that up, no doubt, this time of year. Carl's got the 500-pound gorilla off of his back already with that giant stringer, and doesn't have to do a lot the rest of the week.
Yeah, I mean, a 7-pound lead here, that's runaway and hide territory, you would think.
Ounce and a half.
I remember what happened on Lake Fork last year.
What was that, Such?
Pipkin's jumping out and 2 big
60
days.
pounds after 2 days, yeah.
All right.
And I think these conditions are a little more volatile than that.
I just had 6 of them follow that spinnerbait back. 6.
And I'm not kidding.
Tiny bit of breeze where Patrick is.
That wasn't far enough.
It's still, it's messing with me looking at Bass Track, seeing it, Carl Jacobson, Brandon Pollock, and Steve Kennedy. It's not,
how about that?
Not what you expect.
No, really, I don't know if anybody would have drawn it up exactly like that.
We got to go back to 9th place to about the weight of Randy Sullivan, about half of what Carl has.
You can really feel the bite good. Most of the time they bite it as soon as it goes in. You just pick up on it and, yeah.
Top 10 is quite remarkable. I mean, we've got one of the longest term vets. We've got a rookie. We've got East, West, South,
it's even slower than
Canada,
the worm.
Australia represented, all just in our top 10.
They're just following it. We'll come back to them. We got to hit them again. There are some huge fish in those things. But they won't eat the spinnerbait. They'll follow it, so crankbait got too much stuff.
Slow day for Rob Dye.
Yeah, it's Morris has dropped 10 spots since we saw him. Really no more than about 25
Where is
minutes
nowadays?
ago.
It's hard to find a place you ain't gonna get ripped off these days with your buttons.
The hand on the dial.
Yeah.
We're going to have
Trees have good water
Bassmaster
on
Live for you on the same schedule.
4
all
foot
the way
right
through
here,
Sunday.
almost 5.
Do we see one over 7 tomorrow, Ron Moore? On camera. On camera.
On camera.
On camera.
Trees over there are calling me.
You know, if it's a 6 1/4, we're gonna call it 7 if it gets on there. So I'm gonna say no, we won't.
I go yes.
We're running some more of it right on
I
down
think you
here.
just like to be different than me, just so I could be wrong.
I think there's too many in this lake.
Yeah, I saw.
Boy, Bass Track was lighting up left and right now. There hasn't been a fish caught in a little bit here.
Spiderweb's in my way there.
John Cruz moving up the leaderboard a little bit. Top 15 now.
Mm-hmm.
I'll throw you a little more bonus coverage right now. That's a good thing. Corey Johnston. Johnston having a good day today. Corey, better than you expected out there on Santee Cooper today?
Yeah, you know what? It's gone all right. You actually get to swing on a few today instead of shaking fish off. So, I mean, I didn't know if I was shaking off mudfish or 14 inches or what, but seems like they were pretty decent ones for the most part.
Corey, kind of walk us through exactly what you looked for in practice where you were shaking fish off and where you caught them today, kind of what you're looking for.
Well, I'm looking for, in the morning when the sun's low, I'm catching them winding around submerged grass and cypress trees, that kind of stuff. And then once the sun gets up, I'm strictly flipping for the most part. And it's kind of a 1-2 punch that seems to be paying off pretty well. And right now I'm just fishing stuff that I've never fished before. Just trying to find some new stuff. And I mean, I don't know that my stuff's going to replenish or not, but I'm just trying to play it safe and find something for tomorrow, because I have no idea tomorrow if I'm going to be able to duplicate what I did today or not. So trying to keep one step ahead of the game and see what happens.
Corey, we've watched you really expertly work those little isolated grass patches down on St. John's River when we first got our first look at you a year and a half ago. How much experience do you have with cypress trees, and what's the key to finding good ones if they're there to catch them?
Not a ton of experience with cypress trees, that's for sure. Extent of my tree fishing is about a laid down willow tree, but I mean it's fishing. Bass are bass, and you know, there's only so much stuff that they can be on in this lake, and there's a ton of cypress trees. So seems like there's a few around the cypress trees.
Corey, where you've got a bite here today, are there more around, or do you have to just keep going till you collide with one more?
No, it seems like there's little groups of them, and that's kind of the key. Is there's a lot of dead water, and there's certain little sections that seem to have groups of fish, and that's kind of what I've been looking for. The last few hours, I've probably had 6 or 7 keepers, none that really helped, like 2.5 pounds. So I'm just kind of catching one and moving on, and I don't want to stick any more fish than I have to, because it is tough, and like I said, I don't know if I'll get 5 bites tomorrow or not.
Corey, real quick, your brother won a tournament, and a lot of your friends on social media tend to make fun of you for not winning an event. What's the problem, and when can we get this done?
Hang on. Wow. I'm hitting him like super light today. You won't even need it again. Repeat that, Z. Sorry, I interrupted by a bass.
It's not a problem. You know, your brother has won a tournament already on the Elite Series, and a lot of your friends, I notice, make fun of you quite a bit on social media for not winning one. What's the problem, and when are we going to get it done?
Well, that's a huge problem because I never hear the end of it. There's no doubt about that. But, you know, I've had my opportunities this year and last year, and I mean, it's going to happen. But, you know, when Chris won that one, it felt like I won it. So it, you know, that was pretty exciting for the both of us. But one of these days it will happen.
Hey, Corey, thanks for letting us intrude for a moment or two. Thanks for filling us in on what's going on with you out there. A good day, good limit in the boat for Corey Johnston.
Dangerous.
Yeah,
dangerous.
Very dangerous guy. We've saw him operate in these southeastern environments before, St. John's to wit, and he's pretty strong.
The 3-pound 10-ouncer Hank Cherry's in our top 10 at 8th right now with 13 pounds.
Yeah, if you were one of the people who picked him because he was the highest picked angler in bucket D, then you're going to be excited for Hank Cherry moving to the top 10. Rob Dye hooked up.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Took all day. Took all day. What'd I say? Say what you got confidence in. Shoot a jig. Huh?
Yeah. Wow, that's about 3 times. Wow. What he has in the live well.
Yeah, you know, 1.5 pounder, I think.
Yeah,
114.
at least 3 times what he had in the live well. Holy cow.
Just throw it up right now. You know what?
Yeah.
You knew when he set the hook, when you started to hear that fluorocarbon stretch, that was the boogeyman that we talked about here on Santee Cooper. And you cannot stress this enough. He has had a miserable day on Marion, and one swing of the bat can absolutely not change your day, change your entire tournament. Hey, Rob Dye, so far today, you are the power pole replay that I mean, dadgum 803 South. I don't know if that's the area code, Tommy. Hey, Rob Dye, you're the South. You're the power pole replay of the day thus far. Dude, that was a big one, man.
Yeah, that was a great one. That's by a factor of about 3. It's the biggest one we've seen on camera today. And Rob Dye, congrats, man. That is well done. Well done.
He catches one more like that. He has had a phenomenal day.
Yeah.
It is an 803 number, Z-Train.
All right.
It is, isn't it?
Man,
I nailed it.
You nailed it. Absolutely. Carl Jochimson, 25 pounds. Let that sink in for a minute as we look at the rest of our anglers in there. Brandon Polinick's won already this year. And an excellent day number 1. Steve Kennedy, all his weight came in at once. He came from out of nowhere into the top 3. Felix, Johnston, Card, Cobb, Cherry, Sullivan, and Schultz. Take ourselves a break and come right back.
The Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is being brought to you live by Berkeley. You're watching the Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes, being brought to you live by Berkeley.
Got a little less than an hour of Bassmaster Live to bring you.
this 2020 Bassmaster Elite, the Santee Cooper Lakes. Day one of this 7th stop of the year. We're in the last third of our regular season schedule. Want to remind you about Live Mix, always available to you on Bassmaster.com. What you see here and more, minus some of that commentary, minus all the commentary that you hear from us, the announcers, which, yes, give it on a feast or famine tournament like this. You go for a long period without a keeper, yeah, it can get a little bit, you need a break from it sometimes. So tune in Live Mix. It goes through the commercial. It goes through the break at midday. So check out Live Mix. I can recommend it.
You wouldn't hear us say that Rob Dye put that fish in as a 5-pound 9-ouncer. He jumped up to 50th
You
place.
would miss that. Oh, Stooch just mentioned it right here. Rob Dye was on definitely a starvation diet for keepers until this moment right here. And this is what people were talking about when they tell us what to look for at this tournament. The old Santee Cooper hand said this kind of thing would happen. You could go with nothing for hours and then intersect with one of these guys right here.
Absolutely right, Tommy Sanders. You nailed it. Rob
about.
Dye with an absolute miserable morning, turning his entire day with that one bite.
Let's let Rob explain to us what his setup is all about. Talk about that lure for us.
This here's just a Zoom Z-Crawl, and this particular jig I'm using is a shooter. A friend of mine makes them, but this one here don't have a keeper on it. We usually don't slide these. Things up on there at home. We use a big chunk, but these fish are pretty finicky, so just slide it back a little bit. Way she's straight. Nothing super special, just a little casting jig.
For that, I have to go taste the bait. I mean, if you're from the Carolinas, that is shooter jig. That ain't no just some jig my friend makes. You have a very good friend, Rob Dye.
Energy drink.
Yes. and it actually is very special. There's probably been more bass caught on that jig than any in that entire region.
We had 2 today.
It's just nice to have a little assurance that those big ones, yes, they are there. And you can get them to bite. You can't get them to bite.
Oh my goodness, son. He about pulled the pole out of my hand. Man, how did that happen? Could be a mudfish. I usually don't mess it up. I don't know how that happened.
Well, he's got the safety off.
No fish. First one was just a little jumpy. He ain't gonna bite again, I don't think. Mark his spot right here. I don't know how he missed it. Probably one of them little ones. Mark this spot right here.
I think Rob's big fish alarm is still on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I hate to say it, but he said that fish probably won't bite again. That's because it might have bit like 3 times on that couple casts right there.
Everybody's got their limit.
We made the comment, when you get around one fish here, you better saturate that area, and that's exactly what we just saw happen in the last 10 minutes with Rob Dye.
Speaking of the last 10 minutes, Brett Pruitt, I think he messed up his total earlier. I thought he reported he had a limit. He went back, I guess, and
back there in that shade
updated
too.
his bass track, and he's got a 7-pounder, though.
Wow.
2 fish for 8 pounds
fish.
plus.
Give me 3.
And look at that jig that Rob Dye's throwing, called a shooter jig. The reason why it is a very good skipping jig. It's got a good hook in it.
Hey, when you have enough docks, if there's a state that's a dock fishing
One more
state,
like I
it's
got.
North Carolina and South Carolina. So if you're developing a jig, it's gonna be a good one that gets back up in there, whatever it is you're skipping under.
That's the Lake Norman special, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Going back to the ramp.
Bottom.
Wouldn't be no winning weight, but I just want to get a check, man.
I'm about right here.
Been a struggling year.
Boy, Patrick Walters has stayed offshore way longer than I thought he would
One or two
today.
guys will jerk back. Now we're gonna go to that next one real quick, and then we gotta leave.
You know, when I say afternoon in practice, we're talking late afternoon. I mean, I fished till dark, and a lot of my boat came after 4 o'clock, which is not going to be helpful today. There goes an eagle
Just so much of this stuff.
flanking our
Hard to tell where you're going.
starboard side there. Anyway, I'm gonna fish as late as I can. I'm not far from takeoff, so that means I can fish a little bit longer. I got a shorter day tomorrow, so I'd really like to take advantage of this long day today.
Bernie Schultz having a really good day.
All right, let's go back to the next one.
And that is one of the strategies with the flighted days back and forth each day. If you have a late flight, your boat 80 something today or whatever, and you're the last people to check in, tomorrow you'll be early. And so when you get that late day, like Scott
All
Canterbury
timing.
said, catching
You
him when
pull up to
everyone
the
else is
tree at the
weighing in.
right time when he's in the mood, or if he's there and nobody's messed with him, you can get well in a hurry. It's a guessing game, though. You're trying to figure out who's been there ahead of you, or if anybody.
Here, I don't like it. Looks like baby octopuses or something. The tentacles on them.
It's like Jake out there. He came in on that island after I fished it.
Oh, I can't believe that last fish missed it. Just run up there and shotgun it. Bam!
Little guy. Little guy. He wasn't 6 inches long. Man, they're strong. It's pulling like a keeper.
Bernie was mentioning it, the timing of it. It seems like in the fall,
Another little one.
timing of it, you pull up behind someone and you catch a giant and they didn't catch anything, or you leave a spot and someone
Calm
pulls in
down.
behind you and catches them. Kind of gives you a
Yes.
tidal feel to it, even though it's in the fall and it's not tidal. It's just the timing of it. It could be 12 minutes and fish pull up on an isolated tree.
Well, you know, you
Come on, man.
you
Bite.
hear Rob Dye talking.
I need you back.
Said he really needs a check. He's had a rough go here this season, and
I think these fish
we-
will just absolutely crush a frog, but I ain't been able to get them to touch it.
Bassmaster radio host Tom Abraham fished with Rob in an open. Tom said one of the nicest guys you could ever be in a boat with. Needs to catch him this week.
We took a big step here about 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago.
We're still on.
That's what we said. There'll be a couple guys who come in with the Brett Pruitts of the world with a 7-pounder and another one or two, or a Steve Kennedy that's 4 for 17 or 16 and not get a limit.
Right.
And so if Rob Dye catches 1 or 2, right, he's hooked up right now.
And we'll bite it. I can find the right one.
And when you're running out of time here, if you catch 1 more 5 or a 6-pounder and you only come in with 3 or 4, you could still be in that cut range. It's not always about a limit because you got the quality.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those rare tournaments. You could feasibly win this tournament without catching a limit 1 or 2 days of the event, which is very rare on the Elite Series.
Right now, there's only one angler, Brandon Card, in the top 10 who does not have a limit. Of course, he's got 2 big fish, though.
These are skinny trees right here. But I got to try 'em.
Oh, wow, sit there and seesaw it.
Yeah, it's a 6 1/4 and a 5 and then a 3.
And 3 fish for 14 pounds.
And he's in that range of, he's in that area that is holding the likes of Polinick, Jocumsen, Corey Johnston, all those guys that are around the quality.
I don't know the weight, but Austin Felix just jumped up to 2nd place with 19 pounds total. He's entering his fish as a total, not individual.
Turtle says, leave me alone.
When I just looked at the bottom of the bass track, and there's 15 anglers who have no fish at all, haven't reported, or they're not entering their fish. And
who are some notables?
Well, there's Rick Clunn for 1, Matt Herron, Chris Johnston, Lee Livesey, Jason Williamson.
Williamson, I will say, thank you for saying that's a good segue. I got a note from Neil Paul, who's running around out there. He's our great South Carolina host at Lake Hartwell. He said that Williamson had around 9 or 10 pounds about 45 minutes ago, and I kind of forgot to mention that. So
Brian Schmidt is in that. Wes Logan, our finalist last week.
We'll get another bite on this point up here on that jig.
Cody
We're
Holland.
going to go run some of that while we got time.
Seth Fighter just caught his 2nd fish, a 1 pound, 2 ouncer.
Nest pattern.
you mentioned it, Such. He said he could finish 1st or 75th in some of these events, and he finished 11th last week. 2 fish today.
Man, you're going to see some massive Angler of the Year swings this week.
Oh, I bet. You can look down about 40 places down that leaderboard and see a few coming.
Right now, the biggest one helping himself is Corey Johnston.
Mine was down there.
Started a 51 behind Wendtland, but he's
Actually, just leave the motor in the
probably
water.
20, 30 spots ahead of him right now.
Seth Fighter, 68th. You know, that's that's going to be seen in the, unless things change, that's going to be seen on the leaderboard for AOY.
Guy like Micah Frazier can sneak up in there, and Brock Mosley are within striking distance. Same with Mueller and Mullins. We haven't heard from Mullins today, I don't believe.
Rob throwing that jig back in there. Davy Height informed us, week and a half ago that, as far as what these fish are eating, is right now is the time of year when their crawfish are topping out for size.
Oh,
And
yeah.
they're everywhere. Red, orange bait, black baits, do pretty well here. Of course, being low country, it's just crawling with crawfish.
They are delicious, and bass find them delicious.
I find them delicious.
Man, you watch every single throw, every skip he's making. Like there is
All
a
them fish that
target.
swim out in the bottom of the lake.
Like the entire bank is a target there.
Give me another drink of water.
You're right. It's like the first thing you said this morning, Z. Everything looks great here.
Everything.
Make enough noise. Wait, one of these fish up. Stuff right here is nasty, boy. Get one on your back, got to go get it.
I believe we have Rob pretty much in the Jacks Creek area, correct, Such? I think so.
Well, let's see.
Get out of there.
Yep, yeah. See Rick Morris.
Yeah, there he is.
Further up lake, and really I asked him, I said, with all the years, and that you fished here, and I talked to a bunch of guys yesterday that are not in this tournament that have fished on Santee this time of year. One of the major reasons, that water color, those guys really want some color in the water, and that's what we've seen in the upper end of Marion today.
Once again, when you talk about a slump buster, this was the one of the day right here for Rob Dye.
Horrible day for Rob Dye. Changing right there. Needs one more of those bites, Tommy Sanders.
Oh, yeah. He's looking good. One more of those, man.
To survive.
Gonna be just fine as far as the survival prospects for at least a day or two more. Man, things can happen that fast in this place. You just got to go through a lot of futility to get there in some cases. Rob Dye certainly can testify to that. Carl Jockinson still on top with 25 pounds even. The Minnesotan, Austin Felix, second place, winner already this year. Brandon Polinick in third. Kennedy, Corey Johnson, Brandon Cobb, and Brandon Card. The Brandons back-to-back, so lots of things we'll be watching come weigh-in time.
The Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is being brought to you live by Berkeley. The Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is brought to you by Abu Garcia, Berkeley, Nitro Boats, and by Ranger Boats.
Getting closer and closer to weigh-in time at this 2020 Bassmaster Elite at the Santee Cooper Lakes. Marion and Moultrie, the anglers start checking in just over an hour's time. That's our leaderboard right now, updated for you, but unofficial, as always, according to Bass Track. Nothing is official till we get to that aforementioned weigh-in. Carl Jockinson, 25 pounds even. Way back, you got to go to pick up Austin Felix, Brandon Polinick, Steve Kennedy, Johnston Cobb, Card Cherry, Randy Sullivan, Jake Whitaker. Be some changes between then and now. When you think about maybe the Mercury move of the day. Yeah, I think that's the one, that move up the leaderboard, just leaving everybody else in the dust, Z.
Absolutely right, Tommy Sanders. The Mercury move of the day really was,
Gosh, we talked about it. Get in one area of Marion, stay there, bunker in. That is not what Carl did this morning. Started off early, often, caught 3 really good ones. Call it in the Utah Springs area, then went up to, there's exactly where he caught them early this morning. And we said that, that there was a shallow bite and an early bite early in the morning. Carl's one of the few anglers that made that work. Then he went up to the Jacks Creek area, so many other anglers. We don't know how he caught them, what little adjustments he made, but he did damage there after his first stop. Carl Jacobson, we will be with you all day on day number 2. You are the Mercury move of the day.
Carl Jacobson, certainly the man of the hour as we head closer, as we say, to weigh-in time. But let's check in now with Davy Height.
So, Tommy, Z, it's great to be with you guys. Santee Cooper, I've made a lot of moves today. Not as much as maybe some of the anglers that went all the way to the lower end of Lake Moultrie, but I've been to the mouth of the very upper end of Lake Moultrie and above the 95 bridge. The thing that's really interesting to me to see today, because this is the first day in several weeks I've been at Santee Cooper and really moved around a lot, is the water clarity. Really different in some areas. There's definitely some areas up on the upper end of Lake Marion that, it's just not the right color. You always want that little bit of color so you can throw the square bills, spinnerbaits, vibrating jigs, that sort, even your bigger jigs. But it's like it's a mixture of the watery and the Congaree River, and it's just not. It's a little milky looking, and I think that's hurting some guys. But there's places, especially like the Jacks Creek area, Utah Springs, that, and as long as they're moving some water down, a lot of that water doesn't move in those places. There's enough coming out of the springs of those areas to keep those areas clear, and I think that's why you've seen some of those good catches come from some of those areas. But all that stuff can change overnight. I'm sure there's some guys that don't have as much in their live wells as they thought they would so far today. And just the opposite, there's some guys, and Carl Jacobson might be one of them, that is a little surprised to have the 25 pounds. It's not surprising for me to see someone with over 24, 25, 26 pounds here this week. Each and every day, to be honest with you, it'll just be very difficult for somebody to continue, not even on that pace, but if Carl would back up that 25 with another 18 to 20 pound stringer, that's the guy that's going to be very, very hard to beat here this week.
Davey, we heard on Lake Gunnersville from multiple anglers that were in our top 10 that we were covering, I cannot go over the same water. We heard that all tournament long last week. Is this a different situation where Carl can do that? Will they reload?
Well, the time of year they don't typically reload as much, because a lot of times in the spring those fish are reloading because there's more fish coming in to spawn in these areas. And the places that typically reload the best are actually like pre-spawn places, where those fish are setting up right before they spread out and actually spawn. It's, you don't have that going on here. I did see Patrick Walters this morning. I think it was a great idea for him to get around some current and where some fish might be grouped up and catch a couple fish and get the local pressure, the local guy that is expected to do so well, get a little bit of that pressure off of him. But current is something, they're just right now, there's not a lot of it back in these areas like the Utah Springs where that water quality is good. I mentioned to you earlier, I was out on the main lake on the upper part of Lake Marion, and that water had a lot of color and it was moving a lot, but it seems to be moving down the lake and not so much movement in these areas that the water looks really, really good.
Davey, we just saw a map. I don't know if you had a chance to see it with the representations. The little markers dropped on all of Carl Jacobson's catches from today. And obviously he got something early in the morning as we look at his timetable graphic that came up after that worked. I mean, that got him some good fish in the boat. That's a rare and wonderful thing. Man, if he can just get that half of the equation going to start tomorrow, he'll have a huge leg up on it.
You're exactly right, Tommy. Especially this time of year, you've got to get something going early, and typically it's an early shallow water bite, maybe a top water deal, maybe swimming a jig, something like that in that shallower water to get you ahead of the game. We saw it last week with Frank Talley. On the final day where he made those big moves early, he caught a 5 and a 6-pounder. Obviously, he was the winner, but earlier in the week when we saw the leaders, Brandon Cobb, he was getting several fish in the boat early and then moving on and concentrating on shade and that sort of thing. You really need to get those couple bites early here, anywhere in the South this time of year. If we were a month or so later, it would be a better event than it is right now, but I'm really enjoying this because you get to see guys that, it's easy to say, I like a tournament, I like a grind, I like those tough conditions, but man, it's not very easy to put up with them when you know the AOY is on the line, the Bassmaster Classic is on the line, qualifying to fish the elites in the future is on the line. That's not so easy when you're about 3 or 4 hours in the tournament, you miss that early bite, and you don't have much in the live well. There's so much pressure on these guys. You need to get a few fish in a bite because these fish are not going to replenish like they do in the springtime of the year. So what Carl's got going on is great. I think a lot of guys probably tried the exact same thing that Carl did, but didn't make it happen. Tomorrow morning, it could be a total different person, maybe 2 or 3 guys that get off to a good start and have over 20 pounds. It does not surprise me to see that 25-pound stringer today.
Davey, of the techniques that we've seen, square bills, we've seen jigs, wacky worms on these cypress trees. And I asked you this when I was down there with you. It looks like some of the best frog water that you could skip back onto these cypress trees. And you looked at me, you said, don't do it. Do not do it. Why does that not play a big part here?
Well, in the spring, not so much, but I bet there's some guys that are catching them on the frog, whether they're under these cypress trees, concentrating, and just being under that shade. Those fish just need to be aggressive enough to come up and attack those frogs and around those cypress trees. When they're in that vegetation, they get real, defensive of a small area would be the best way to put it. And they'll just, even though they're not in the feeding mode, they will not let that frog be there. When they're under a cypress tree using a big area of shade, sometimes it'd be as big as this boat, then it doesn't affect them quite as much. So I just think the lack of vegetation for this time of year on this body of water has slowed that down quite a bit. But I do like top water in the shade around those trees this time of year. I talked about some of the baits to use here this week, a prop bait that you could just make some noise and let sit in that shade under these trees like you can a frog. And now, to be quite honest with you, years ago, a frog was a bait that not a lot of people were throwing, especially if it wasn't in vegetation. Now everyone, I was looking at the deck of the boats this morning, there was probably 3/4 of the field that had at least one frog tied on when they left the dock this morning.
Wow. Davey, they've been pulling that water consistently all day long. Are these guys who are relying on current been able to depend on it all day?
Well, it's amazing that I've moved around so much, I've been able to see that, how it's different from one part of the lake to the other. And you got a lot going on with these 2 lakes and the diversion canal, the Santee River over there. Most man-made reservoirs, hey, are they pulling water? What time? We're at Lake Eufaula or we're at Gunnersville. We can dial up TVA and, yeah, we know what the schedule is. There's so many things going on here with multiple lakes, diversion canal, the Santee River, the Cooper River. It's almost impossible to predict. But here's one thing. I'm in the canal right now. Here's one thing that has surprised me. I knew the majority of the field would spend most of their time in Lake Marion. There have only been about 5 or 6 guys that I've seen go to or come back from Lake Moultrie. There is a 25-pound stringer there to be had several days. Buddy Gross was on a good deal, in my opinion. We'll see. It didn't work out for him today. But that place is so temperamental. He could catch 13 or 14 pounds, which I think he has today. Tomorrow, go catch 25, 26, 27 pounds. Would not surprise me one bit.
Davey, thank you so much. That's all good stuff. Davy Height has been the most pestered man yes. leading up to this tournament here. Everybody from Bassmaster.com, everybody from Bassmaster Live has pumped him for information, and frankly, most of it has come true.
Tommy, in all honesty, you know that we call all the anglers we're going to have cameras with. My first call yesterday was to Davey.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, he's you talk about the expert on this place. He ought to have his picture in the Wikipedia entry for Santee Cooper.
Well, it's gonna, if you're just tuning in, tomorrow is gonna be a fun day with looking at the weights right now, and we They're unofficial. We'd look for them to probably go up a little bit here by the end of the day, but I think it's so cool. Look, we've seen a lot of guys that we've got cameras with really, really struggle today. I think the good comparison tomorrow will be we're going to be with the leaders tomorrow to just see the little nuances, just the little changes that they made to catch those giant Santee Cooper fish.
That will be really interesting.
Very cool.
I can't wait.
Or even how they are uncertain of what's coming day to day. The next day, they could have 25 and be just as confident as they were going in with 0 on the belly.
Right. Oh, yeah. Yes. Yeah, Tom, I think it's the last one of the day, my friend.
About to run out of time,
replay of the day. I'm talking about a slow, painful South Carolina grinder. It has been that today for Rob Dye. One swing of the bat with his little shooter jig. He said, yeah, just a little old casting jig. Well, that jig right there has done some work in that region, and it did work here on this 803 dadgum. I'm talking about. Ron, hit it for me real quick, bud. I need it. I need it bad. Exactly. And our friend Rob Dye, you needed it worse than anybody in the world. That right there is why you come to Santee Cooper. Rob Dye, you are the Power Pole replay of the day. Do that one more time for us today, bud, please.
South Carolina Sponge.
That's awesome. That is, you know what? It's been a slow day for Rob, but that is why you come to this lake. Hopefully, we'll see several of those tomorrow here on Bassmaster Live. You are the Power Pole replay of the day, Rob Dye. Felt a little more cohesive, Tommy.
Yeah, but very, very good. You're not leaving anything on the table, and I respect that.
No, it was a little disjointed earlier today and last week. That was a little higher and tight.
More than made up for. Teenage Marine, predictions for tomorrow. The weather casts high of 82 degrees, maybe a touch warmer than it is today. Not so cool at night, so we're not going to get that water cooling off and maybe pushing along that transition. It's probably going to stay at about the stage it's at now, and cloudy, a little bit of wind on up into
Tom,
the day.
Can I throw a little trivia?
Sure.
And this is a question for our viewers. Obviously, Carl is more than likely going to have the biggest stringer of the event or of the day today. Will we see a bigger stringer than that the rest of the tournament?
Wow. Now, is that trivia or is that just like an ask? Is that a poll?
I don't know. It's an ask, man. It's a bold ask.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
It's a bold, forward-looking ask. Yeah, I'll say yeah.
More than 25.
I'm gonna go yes, Tommy.
Yeah, more than 25. 26. 26.
Well, how Carl's entered his fish now with zeros on the end of all for the ounces, I think he's got closer to 26 and a
But
half.
you haven't seen a single one. He could be big eyeing them by
No,
half a
you
pound
have.
on each of them.
I've not seen a single fish.
I've seen a couple photos.
ZK.
One photo.
I'd like to see more than a 25-pound bag, but like in the fall, you're just happy you get to see one of them.
I'm like every viewer. I just want to have him on camera when he does it tomorrow. And I'm going to say it's going to be Steve Kennedy.
Another little patch of
Wow.
stuff right around the corner.
Yet bolder. Bolder still.
Yesterday.
That prediction right there.
That's right.
Okay.
Boy, he's got a 1 pound 6 ounce. Steve Kennedy does in his 17-pound bag.
What do you think?
I didn't know that. I'm taking that back.
Uh-oh. Okay.
No, which means he has four for 15 to 16 pounds.
Yeah, he's got a 6'4" and a 4'8" in there, and then a couple 2-pounders, and the 1.6.
No, I really think this is gonna. I think a lot of these trees, these cypress trees, individual big ones get on them, and I don't think there's a better angler in the field for fishing for individual bass than Steve Kennedy. I just think this really sets up good from what we got to see today. I think it sets up really good for him.
Yeah, too much of this
and the
stuff
way
right here
that we've seen him
blown
catch
in here.
Well, that's his reputation. If he finds them home, he can generally get them in the boat.
Boy, announced Chris Zaldane is having a nice 4.5 pounder early this morning. He's only got one more fish.
Wow.
59th.
Wow. We were warned it would be like that. We were warned. And
Well, then a guy struggles all day. Dale Hightower catches a 4-pounder, and right now he's inside the cut at 37th, but we shall see at the weigh-in. There's still 10 guys with no. Oh, right now it's near 9 pounds. I mean, there's 2 guys at 9 pounds, one above and one below. And third guy at 9 pounds, Snowden. Walters is near there, Wendtland, Mueller.
Yeah, it's going to be hard hearing that 5 a.m. wake-up call, Z-Train, if your Bears get trounced tonight. I'm just
if my Bears get trounced, I'm done at halftime and preparing for tomorrow, trust me.
What's this if stuff?
Yeah.
May show up.
You guys got some good DBs, at least. Don't need them.
Yeah. We're going to need them. You're right. We are going to highly... We're going to highly need them this evening.
Maybe they'll take Brady to the house, like others have.
It's in Chicago. Did we establish that?
Yes, it's in Chicago.
What's the weather like up there?
Really beautiful.
And it's like exactly what you're watching right here with Rob Dye. It is just like that right now.
Wow.
Sunny with a chance of 5-pounders.
Boy, you see Patrick Walters. He is back down where we saw him in the diversion canal early this morning, where he caught his 2 best fish in the first probably 90 minutes.
That's right. Very surprised at his status right now.
I'm wondering if he's saving stuff and just trying, knowing that it might get better, or like, I don't know if he's, it's just he hasn't fished anything that anyone else has fished, like on the whole entire playing field, like 84 other anglers.
It honestly looks like Patrick Walters was in a different tournament today.
Oh, yeah, yeah, doing everything different. And I mean, he hasn't moved around much. He's kind of been in that general corner of the lake, right?
No, it's obvious he has a lot of confidence in that diversion canal. And when we got to talk before this tournament, yesterday, he was not really bringing all the info. And I said, Patrick, are you fishing in the canal? And he said, I am.
Yeah.
I am. I think a lot of his game, at least for day number 1, was banking that they were going to fire in that canal. Obviously.
Hope it ain't a mudfish.
And he really also thought if he had it, for the most part, to himself, that he could put together a big bag today. But that was one of his concerns. He was a lower boat number, and he said, man, I'm worried that, other guys got on that bite in the canal. But it's really not, he's not done bad, he's not done good, he's just shot par.
Absent of a kicker, basically.
Yes.
The fall Santee bag minus a 6-pounder, minus a 5-pounder.
Right.
Oh, Brandon Palnick's Bass Track turned green, meaning he updated a fish, but it was only a 2.5 pounder.
You'd be like, my goodness.
He's up to 19.5.
Better for you.
I don't know what to make of his approach today, just kind of running and gunning and sort of being the go against all the...
Who's that, Palnick?
Yeah, they said don't do that.
Yeah, everybody's saying don't do that. And he did it and got a few results.
Hey, he's done well in places like James River and places like, the other place that I was thinking of, I forgot. Big Moore's hooked up.
Moore's hooked up.
All right.
Yeah, might be keeper.
Huh? They're all starting to look the same.
Yeah.
don't eat bass, no way. I ate a few spots. They're really good. They're small ones.
Well, let's have one last look at our latest and greatest leaderboard here. Estimated weights from Bass Track, and Carl Jockinson's still there. Been sitting on 25 pounds all day long. He's gonna try to ride that all week long. Add to it as best he can. Brandon Polnick, he just upgraded. He's looking pretty good. Austin Phoenix right behind him. Kennedy, Corey Johnston, Ed Morgan-Taylor having another good turn.
First to 10th was doubled. That's crazy still, 25 to 12 and a half.
Take a look at first to 40th.
Yeah. 9 pounds. That's pretty close to what it was first day last week, wasn't it, Gunnersville?
Is that what it was?
It was 11,
Oh,
11,
more than,
yeah, 11 pounds or so.
So we're a little deficient in that category right there. So
we got time.
Yeah, there's time. There's 3 days left. We got a weigh-in coming up here. Right on the heels of our Bassmaster live broadcast, which is just about to wrap up right now. We'll be back tomorrow, same time. 7:30 Eastern to 10:30 in the morning, 11:30 to 2:30 in the afternoon. Weigh-in coming up 3:15 Eastern time on Bassmaster.com. Dave Mercer will be fired up, and we'll get this process underway of making all these weights official. We'll fish the full field again tomorrow. We hope we can count on you to step in with us for a while or all day long. We'll see you tomorrow right here on Bassmaster Live. Thank you.